Chapter 1485. Duan Lingtian, don't ever fall into my hands again. Otherwise, I, Huang Cheng, will make you wish you were dead. When Huang Cheng thought of the culprit who forced him to leave the Moon Illumination sect, he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. In his opinion, all of this was Duan Lingtian's fault. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian did not return his bet, he would not have hated Duan Lingtian, and things would not have escalated to this stage today. It had never crossed his mind that he had participated in the bet that Duan Lingtian had set up because of his own greed. Now that Duan Lingtian was far away from Huang Cheng, he flew at full speed for 15 minutes. He only came to a halt when the effect of the 3-star Divine Strider talisman left his body. It's a good thing I still have a second 3-star Divine Strider talisman with me. Otherwise, I'd definitely die today, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled the scene earlier. Even if you have a third 3-star Divine Strider talisman with you, you'd still die today. A hoarse voice that seemed to come from all directions entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian's expression change immediately as he shouted, "Who's there?" At the same time, a figure covered in a black robe appeared near Duan Lingtian like a ghost. The person covered in the black robe only revealed a pair of cold eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian. "It doesn't matter who I am. All you have to know is that I'm here to take your life. No wonder you're so valuable. As it turns out, you have so many trump cards with you." When the black-robed man reached the end of his sentence, he was almost mumbling to himself as though he was lamenting. Based on the black-robed man's words, it was obvious he had seen the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Huang Cheng. As the saying went, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And he was obviously the final oriole. "Are you an assassin?" The black-robed man's mutterings were heard by Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change. "You are very smart. It's a pity that many people smarter than you have died in my hands." The black-robed man laughed sinisterly. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck." "Hey, you actually still have the 3-star Divine Strider talisman? Is this a 3-star Golden Energy talisman? It seems that you have a lot of trump cards." Duan Lingtian once again took out a 3-star Spirit Strider talisman and a 3-star Golden Energy talisman. As soon as he took them out, the black-robed man saw them. "Brat, don't tell me you think I'm that trash called Huang Cheng?" The black-robed man sneered and said, "Do you think that this 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 3-star Golden Energy talisman can help you escape from under my nose? Now, I will let you know how naive and ridiculous your idea is." Almost as soon as the black-robed man's words left his mouth, the black robe on his body suddenly fluttered like dark clouds. At the same time, 3 waves of vast and rolling true energy swept out from his body. One of them transformed into a gigantic sickle while the other transformed into a skinny wild beast. The last wave swept out in all directions. It was this last wave of true energy that swept out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, it spread out to a radius of 100 meters around the black-robed man and enveloped Duan Lingtian as well. Wisps of faint green aura appeared at the edge of the 100-meter radius around him. True energy consolidated territory. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. Why you re at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage? Previously, when the black-robed man caught up to him, he thought he had used a 3-star Spirit Strider talisman to catch up to him. Now, he finally realized his opponent was a genuine Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. If the true energy consolidated weapon was the symbol of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, then the true energy consolidated beast was the symbol of the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In that case, the true energy consolidated territory was the symbol of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. The true energy consolidated territory was a territory that covered a radius of 100 meters. Every Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was different. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was the gravity territory. Once it was activated, the gravity within a radius of 100 meters around the territory would rapidly increase to an extremely exaggerated degree. Naturally, Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who controlled territories would not be affected. Some Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was the wind territory. Once the territory was activated, it would turn into a world of wind. The wind inside was completely controlled by the paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who controlled the territory. It would either turn into wind blades to attack or form a gust of wind that swept out in all directions to affect the opponent, tiring them out. Some paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's territory was the sword territory. Once the territory was activated, countless swords would form in the territory. These swords were all controlled by the paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse who controlled the territory. Apart from that, there were many other territories. Otherwise, why do you think I said you'll die today even if you have the third 3-star Divine Strider talisman? The black-robed man smiled sinisterly. How many saint stones did the person who hired you spend? As long as you're willing to stop, I can give you saint stones that will tempt you even more. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he learned the black-robed man was a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was just as the black-robed man had said. The 3-star Divine Strider talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy talisman were useless against him. Although the speed of the 3-star Divine Strider talisman was comparable to the speed of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, it was only comparable to the speed of an ordinary paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was the same for the defense of the 3-star Golden Energy talisman. These two Dao talismans might be effective against martial and Dao cultivators below the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, they were nothing in front of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Boy, we have our rules in our line of work. Moreover, as long as you're dead, all your wealth will be mine, and I won't have to break the rules. The black-robed man continued to smile sinisterly. At the same time, the black scythe above the black-robed man's head seemed to have transformed into a blood moon that hung high in the air. The tip of the scythe was pointed at Duan Lingtian. As for the skinny wild beast, it was also glaring at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Although it was a wild beast that was consolidated from true energy consolidated beast, it was still very lifelike. The saint stones that will tempt you are not with me. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'm willing to swear on the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that I'll give you all the saint stones. Duan Lingtian said to the black-robed man after taking a deep breath. He was not afraid of death. However, in the face of such danger, the first thing that came to his mind was not his own life. Instead, what would happen to his 2 fiancées if he died? Moreover, what would happen to the children in their wombs if they were born without a father? For this reason, he did not want to die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wanted to live on. The current him was different from the him in his previous life. In his previous life, he had no ties and was all alone in the world. Even in the face of death, he could remain calm. However, the current him had too many ties. Boy, let's cut the crap. Do you think people in our line of work would not break the rules without swearing on the tribulation oath? The black-robed man sneered. For this reason, it's useless even if you're willing to give me 10,000 first-grade saint stones as long as I let you go. If I break the rules, the tribulation oath will come true immediately. The 99 heavenly tribulation will descend and kill me. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he gripped the 2 Dao talismans in his hands tightly. Was he really going to die here today? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was in a mess. Activate! Activate! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian shouted twice and activated the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 3-star Golden Energy talisman in his hands. At once, his entire body was shrouded by the golden eggshell. At the same time, the energy in the 3-star Divine Strider talisman also merged with his body, allowing him to possess a speed comparable to a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. It was apparent that even though Duan Lingtian knew he was in a dire situation, he did not intend to wait for death to come. It was not his style to wait for death without putting up a fight. At this moment, Duan Lingtian transformed into a streak of light and shot into the distance. In the distance, the black-robed man stood there. When he saw Duan Lingtian using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and 3-star Golden Energy talisman, he smirked contemptuously. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the territory that shrouded the area within a 100-meter radius suddenly became active. The territory that was originally light green instantly turned crimson red. Wisps of black mist could be seen in the crimson red, emitting an extremely evil aura. At the same time, the black mist that was mixed with crimson continued to tumble in Duan Lingtian's path. In the end, it consolidated into a human figure and transformed into a giant. Naturally, it was a giant formed purely from the black mist. The giant stood there like an iron wall, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. With a raise of his hand, a 2-star offensive Dao talisman shot out. As the word appear resonated in the air, the attack that was comparable to a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse landed on the giant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian used whatever he had. He no longer thought about saving anything. Since he was already on the verge of death, it was meaningless to save anything. Once he died, there would be nothing left. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the giant was unharmed after being hit by the 2-star offensive Dao talisman's energy, horror dawned on him. What kind of monster is this? Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and tried to escape in another direction. However, in another direction, an identical giant also appeared in a timely manner. Subsequently, no matter where Duan Lingtian fled, an identical giant would appear in that direction. These giants were formed from black mist with a crimson aura emitting from them. It gave off an invisible pressure, causing Duan Lingtian to feel extremely depressed. Boy, you're still trying to escape in my blood devil territory? How naive. Chapter 1486. Blood Devil's Territory? Is this the power of the true energy consolidated territory? Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. His expression turned gloomy. Don't tell me that I, Duan Lingtian, am really going to die here today? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. He could not accept this. He had yet to see his 2 unborn children. He had yet to find his parents. He had yet to return to Earth to seek revenge. There were too many things that he had yet to do. As the giants around Duan Lingtian's body dissipated, they transformed back into black mist that was mixed with a bloody aura. The black-robed man appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His eyes were shining under the black robe. Duan Lingtian finally saw his eyes clearly. He did not look human at all. Boy, it's all over now. As the black-robed man spoke nonchalantly, the gigantic scythe above his head and the skinny wild beast charged toward Duan Lingtian. Their speed was not fast, as though they were intentionally giving Duan Lingtian a chance to catch his breath. This was the black-robed man's habit of killing. When he killed someone, he did not like to take his opponent's life in one go. He preferred to see the despair on his opponent's face when they were struggling for their lives. To him, this was a form of enjoyment. It was a form of spiritual enjoyment. However, Duan Lingtian's performance was destined to disappoint him. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the black-robed man. The gloominess on his face was gone. The unwillingness in his eyes was gone as well. He smiled strangely. Why you a devil cultivator? Boy, you're quite knowledgeable. You can tell that I'm a devil cultivator from my blood devil's territory. Although the strange smile on Duan Lingtian's face annoyed him, the black-robed man still snorted arrogantly. Even in the Moon Illumination sect, other than those saint stage powerhouses, only those imminent saint stage powerhouses can defeat me. You should be proud that you're able to die in my hands. The black-robed man smiled sinisterly. We don't know who will die yet. Duan Lingtian grinned and his eyes flashed. Before the black-robed man could react, he raised his hand and took out a stone tablet with a chipped corner. Above the stone tablet, there were wisps of black fog that emitted waves of terrifying aura. Seeing this stone tablet, the black-robed man had an ominous premonition. Kid, what is this? As a devil cultivator in the Dao Martial Saintland, I'm sure you know that there's a super saint weapon in the 10 great saint weapon rankings that can restrain devil cultivators, right? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face was brilliant, and he was no longer as disheartened as before. The 10 great divine weapons ranking? A super sacred artifact that can restrain devil cultivators? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, The black-robed man was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed greatly. Seal, that's right. It's the devil seal tablet. Duan Lingtian shouted. It shocked the black-robed man so much that his body trembled. While he was in a daze, he suddenly lifted the stone tablet with a chipped corner in his hand and smashed it at the black-robed man. This smash did not contain any martial arts moves. It was purely a casual smash. However, this smash was the final straw for the black-robed man. The stone tablet with a chipped corner, the Devil Seal tablet, was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon rankings in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When it was smashed out, the black light around it shone brightly as though it had been injected with chicken blood. Its speed became faster and faster. When the black-robed man finally regained his senses and wanted to make a move, the Devil Seal tablet had already smashed hard on his body. Bang! A loud sound resonated in the air. The black-robed man's body trembled before he was sent flying. At this moment, the black-robed man's eyes that were shining with a faint light suddenly turned dark and merged with the black-robed man's body. At the same time, the black-robed man no longer made any sound. His soul had been devoured and suppressed by the Devil Seal tablet. At the same time, the gigantic scythe and the skinny wild beast that the black-robed man had consolidated with his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast technique disappeared as well. It was as though they had never appeared. Apart from that, the blood devil territory that the black-robed man had cast with his true energy consolidated territory technique that covered a radius of 100 meters disappeared as well. After killing the black-robed man, the Devil Seal tablet returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. What a false alarm. However, it's fortunate that he's a devil cultivator. Otherwise, I would have died today, Duan Lingtian said with lingering fear in his heart after he took a deep breath and calmed down his restless emotions. The Devil Seal tablet was only useful against devil cultivators. With Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the mortal shedding stage, as long as it was not a saint stage devil cultivator, the Devil Seal tablet would be able to easily suppress him. Perhaps, he didn't even dream that a brat like me, whom he didn't take seriously, would possess the Devil Seal tablet that would strike fear in all the devil cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian flew out and landed next to the black-robed man's body. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. At the same time, he reached out and lifted the black-robed man's robe to reveal his face. Even though Duan Lingtian had lived 2 lives and had a strong heart, he could not help but frown when he saw the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man's face was festering. He did not look human at all. If an ordinary person saw the black-robed man's face, perhaps he would have vomited the food he had eaten the day before out of disgust. After searching the black-robed man's body for a while, Duan Lingtian found his spatial ring and put it away. Since the black-robed man had died, the spatial ring had become ownerless as well. After claiming ownership of the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian took a look inside and could not help but click his tongue. As expected of a powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, the wealth in his hands is really shocking. These things that are piled up like a mountain seem to be 6th grade saint stones. There must be at least 1 million of them, right? With just a cursory glance, Duan Lingtian could see that there were at least 1 million 6th grade saint stones piled up like a mountain. Apart from 6th grade saint stones, there were also many 7th grade saint stones. Naturally, it was not that exaggerated. There were few low-grade saint stones while there were many high-grade saint stones. It seemed a little strange, but to Duan Lingtian, it was undoubtedly a huge gain. I'm afraid even an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage wouldn't have such an exaggerated amount of wealth. This guy must have something to do with his identity as an assassin for him to have so much wealth. Duan Lingtian was certain about this. In his past life, when he was a mercenary, some of the businesses he did were similar to an assassin's. He was hired to kill people. Naturally, he had his own principles when he was hired to kill people. That person must be someone who deserved to die. No matter what, he was trained by the Hua Nation's official special forces. He had his own bottom line. Apart from the millions of 6th grade saint stones and the hundreds of thousands of 7th grade saint stones, there were many other things in the black-robed man's spatial ring. There were saint weapons inscribed with saint inscriptions and various Tao talismans. 3-star Divine Strider Talisman, 3-star Golden Energy Talisman. There are so many of them. Also, this is a 3-star offensive Tao talisman. Duan Lingtian observed the Tao talismans in the spatial ring for a while and realized there were 3-star offensive Tao talismans that the Moon Illumination sect did not have. Once the 3-star offensive Tao talisman was used, it could unleash an attack that was comparable to a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's strength. At once, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. There are actually 2 3-star offensive Tao talismans. This is good stuff. Although the number of 3-star offensive Tao talismans was not as many as the 3-star Divine Strider talismans and the 3-star Golden Energy talismans, Duan Lingtian was still in a good mood since he managed to obtain 2 of them. One must know that when he discovered the black-robed man was a devil cultivator, he already regretted using the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy talisman. After all, the 3-star Divine Strider talisman and the 3-star Golden Energy talisman were useless against the black-robed man. Most importantly, the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. If he wanted to deal with a devil cultivator below the saint stage, he would not have to go through so much trouble. All he had to do was to use the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet's strength alone was enough to kill the black-robed man. However, now that he saw the black-robed man had left behind so many 3-star Divine Strider talismans and 3-star Golden Energy talismans, he felt better. Not only did he make up for what he had wasted today, but he even gained a lot more. Most importantly, he had also obtained 2 3-star offensive Tao talismans. As for the 3-star Tao talismans, there were even more. However, there were no 3-star Tao talismans. With his strength, he definitely wouldn't care about the 3-star Tao talismans. Duan Lingtian could understand this. Based on the black-robed man's words, it was obvious he was at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would not have boasted that nobody in the Moon Illumination sect would be able to defeat him apart from the few Saint stage powerhouses and imminent Saint stage powerhouses. After looking at the Tao talismans in the black-robed man's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian looked at the pile of saint weapons. The best saint weapon was only inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions. These saint weapons were not very attractive to Duan Lingtian. What a joke! His sun-shooting bow was inscribed with a total of 3 3-star saint inscriptions. It was not something the pile of saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring could compare to. In terms of value, even if all the saint weapons in the black-robed man's spatial ring were added together, they would not be comparable to the sun-shooting bow in his hands. Hey! There are still many materials. I wonder if there's any material needed to repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda among these materials. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted when he saw the pile of materials in the black-robed man's spatial ring. Currently, he was obsessed with repairing the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This was because the opening of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was of great significance to him. He wanted to open the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda even in his dreams. Huilaro. Duan Lingtian immediately greeted Huilaro, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the same time, he poured out all the materials in the black-robed man's spatial ring and distributed them for Huilaro to check. Huilaro checked for a while but did not say anything. Huilaro, are there any materials that can be used? In the end, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. We're in luck. There are a few materials that can be used. With these materials, it'll be enough to repair the remaining parts of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Huilaro replied. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Huilaro's words. He felt as though he was dreaming. Chapter 1487. Once the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, it would mean that Duan Lingtian would have an excellent cultivation environment. According to Huilaro, the cultivation environment on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the cultivation environment on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Coupled with the slower flow of time, it was of great help to Duan Lingtian. Once the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, I can begin to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, the space inside will completely stabilize. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. Once the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda stabilized, it meant that he could hide inside when he encountered a life or death situation. Just like today. Fortunately, the black-robed man was a devil cultivator. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. And if the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was stable, even if the black-robed man was not a devil cultivator, he would not be afraid. This was because he could hide inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and let the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda turn into a speck of dust. When the black-robed man left, he would come out again. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was the only way to repair the fourth level. Now that he could completely repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was something worth celebrating for Duan Lingtian. Hualaro, you can start repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I will continue on my way. By the time I reach Han River City, the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda should have been repaired. Duan Lingtian threw the materials into the Seven Treasures Jewel Pagoda and impatiently told Hualaro. Hualaro nodded and went to work. Duan Lingtian collected the remaining materials on the ground and continued on his way to Han River City. After experiencing the obstruction from the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court elder, Huang Cheng, and the black-robed assassin, the rest of the journey was smooth sailing. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian successfully arrived in the vicinity of Han River City. Before coming here, he had specifically gone to Han River City to find out the exact location of Han River City, as well as the situation around it. This should be the Juku mountain range south of Han River City. Duan Lingtian stood in the air, gazing at the mountain range in front of him as he muttered. This mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. If one wanted to pass through it, one would have to pass through it. It's said that the gravity in the Juku mountain range is much stronger than the outside. Even an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage marshal or Dao cultivator would find it difficult to fly in there. This was Duan Lingtian's understanding of the Juku mountain range. I don't know if it's true. Looking at the continuous mountain range in front of him, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. At the same time, he took to the air and approached. He couldn't imagine how a mere mountain range could have such a strong gravitational force. However, when he neared the Juku mountain range and had yet to enter the mountain range, he could faintly feel an additional pressure from the void pressing down on his body, causing him to lower the altitude he was flying at. This pressure was similar to the flight forbidding formation, but it was not a flight forbidding formation. In the area covered by the flight prohibiting formation, those with insufficient cultivation base would not be able to fly at all. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was only flying at a lower altitude, but he could still continue to fly. The closer I get to the Juku mountain range, the stronger the pressure. It seems like the gravitational force in the Juku mountain range is really extraordinary. When he arrived at the worts of the Juku mountain range, Duan Lingtian could only walk on the ground due to the pressure. Although he could still fly, he would have to exert all his strength, and he could not fly for long. At this time, if he wanted to fly, it was equivalent to fighting against the gravitational force in the Juku mountain range. The gravitational force in the Juku mountain range was the force of nature. Only when one's strength had reached a certain level would one be qualified to ignore it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not have the qualifications to do so. It seems like I can only walk on the ground if I want to pass through the Juku mountain range. It's said that there are many wild beasts in the Juku mountain range, including Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. I can't be careless after I enter. Before entering the Juku mountain range, Duan Lingtian was secretly on guard. Duan Lingtian entered the Juku mountain range through one of the entrances. After entering, he could feel the gravitational force getting stronger. Now, it's a little strenuous to take each step. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. He had heard that the gravitational force in the Juku mountain range was strong, but he did not have much of an idea of it. However, when he saw the gravitational force in the Juku mountain range, he realized he had underestimated it. Such a strong gravitational force. Unless one's at the perfection saint rudiment stage or above, it's impossible for one to fly freely in the air. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after gaining a certain understanding of the gravitational force in the Juku mountain range. Naturally, if he used the 3-star divine strider talisman, he would be able to fly in the air in the Juku mountain range. However, he did not plan to do so. Unless he encountered a life or death situation, he would not consider using the 3-star divine strider talisman. Not only was the gravitational force in the Juku mountain range strong, but there were also many unknown dangers inside. These dangers were the wild beasts inside. The wild beasts in the Juku mountain range had been living in the Juku mountain range since they were young. They had long gotten used to the gravitational force in the Juku mountain range. Not only that, but they had also been suppressed by the gravitational force in the Juku mountain range since they were young. Surviving in such a harsh environment also allowed their strength to surpass wild beasts of the same level in the outside world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless when he was in the Juku mountain range. He carefully guarded his surroundings. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of a wild beast that was as strong as a bull and looked like a tiger leaped out from behind the bamboo forest at the side and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian in one gulp. In an instant, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of heat coming toward him. Accompanying the wave of heat was a foul stench. It was the bad breath of the wild beast that had leaped out from behind the bamboo forest. "You're asking for death." Duan Lingtian's face darkened as he roared. The 1000-kati sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. With a sudden jerk, he swung it toward the wild beast's bloody mouth. The 2-star saint inscription, 1000-kati saint inscription, was activated. Heavy as Mount Tai, Duan Lingtian swung the 1000-kati sword in his hand. It was as though a huge mountain had collapsed as it landed heavily on the wild beast's bloody mouth, pinning it to the ground. Roar. Roar. The wild beast that was pinned on the ground had a pair of red eyes that were as big as a gong. It kept roaring and moving its bull-like body as though it was trying to break free from the grip of the broadsword in Duan Lingtian's hand. "You want to stand up so badly?" Duan Lingtian sneered. "Since you want to stand up so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 1000-kati sword at lightning speed. The wild beast's large eyes lit up immediately. Following that, its 4 limbs shook the ground as it tried to stand up. Heavy as Mount Tai. However, Duan Lingtian would not let it stand up so easily. He raised his hand and swung the 1000-kati sword that was raised above his head again. It landed on the wild beast's head and killed it. Boom. The wild beast's huge body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was completely silent. Its large eyes were still wide open as though it had died with a remaining grievance. This wild beast's cultivation base is at most at the mastery mortal shedding stage. However, the strength it displayed is comparable to a wild beast at the perfection mortal shedding stage. The wild beasts in the Juku mountain range are really terrifying. Duan Lingtian did not feel smug after killing a wild beast at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Instead, his expression turned solemn. This was the first wild beast he had encountered since entering the Juku mountain range. The wild beasts he would encounter would definitely be more terrifying than this wild beast as he ventured deeper. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was extremely cautious throughout the journey. Along the way, Duan Lingtian killed a few more wild beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage and perfection mortal shedding stage. As for the few wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage that he encountered, Duan Lingtian intentionally avoided them and tried his best to avoid conflict with them. After all, those wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage were from the Juku mountain range. Even he had to fight them with all his might. If a battle really broke out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. At that time, it might attract more wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage or even more powerful wild beasts. Therefore, even though Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill those wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage, he did not make a move. The wild beasts that he killed were all wild beasts that he was confident he could kill in one blow. Of course, this one-hit kill was under the condition that he did not use the sun shooting bow. With the 3 3-star saint inscriptions on the sun shooting bow, he was confident he could kill the wild beasts at the paramount mortal shedding stage in the Juku mountain range with one arrow. However, the commotion caused by the explosive flame saint inscription was too great. If it was not necessary, he did not want to use it. Therefore, Duan Lingtian tried his best to behave with his tail between his legs as he traveled through the Juku mountain range. Duan Lingtian, who was traveling cautiously along the way, suddenly heard a huge commotion in front of him. Taking a closer look, he realized that an elderly man was currently fighting with a savage beast. Whether it was the old man or the wild beast, both of them were injured. However, they had no intention of stopping. They fought fiercely as though they would not stop until one of them was dead. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also saw 2 people standing nearby while the old man was fighting with the wild beast. One of them was a good-looking young lady and the other was an ordinary-looking young man in luxurious clothes. Judging by the young lady's attire, it was obvious she came from an extraordinary background. Elder Ping is indeed a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse from the Ouyang clan. He's even stronger than this Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. This is a wild beast that grew up in the Juku mountain range. Its strength is incomparable to wild beasts from other places. The young man in luxurious clothes praised. Of course. Chapter 1488. Upon hearing the young woman's words, a cold gleam flashed across the young man's eyes. This trace of cold light was noticed by Duan Lingtian. Aren't they together? Why does it seem like there's a conflict between them? Duan Lingtian was confused. He had no idea what was going on. At this moment, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast was finally killed by the old man. With the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, the old man pierced through the wild beast's glabella and pinned the wild beast to the trunk of a big tree. It hung there, causing the big tree to tremble. Elder Ping, you're amazing. The young woman smiled as she walked toward the old man. She exclaimed in admiration. Barf. When the young woman walked toward the old man's face suddenly turned red. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he knelt on one knee on the ground. His body began to tremble. It was obvious he was severely injured. Elder Ping, you're injured? The young woman's expression changed drastically. She asked a question that made Duan Lingtian speechless. This woman, she couldn't possibly think that this old fellow only had a little wound on his body, right? Naive. This was Duan Lingtian's first impression of the young woman. Second miss, let's return to Han River City. The old man lifted his head with difficulty and said to the young woman. Okay. The young woman nodded immediately. At the same time, she looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and frowned. Yi Tianxing, why aren't you helping Elder Ping? Coming. The young man in luxurious clothes, Yi Tianxing, smiled awkwardly. He strode toward the young woman and the old man. All of a sudden, his gaze turned cold as a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Ouyang Ping! Yi Tianxing suddenly shouted. The young woman was so shocked that she was stunned. Ouyang Ping, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground, lifted his head instinctively and looked at Yi Tianxing in a daze. When he saw Yi Tianxing raising his hand and sending a saber ray toward him, horror dawned on his face. Fear and despair could be seen in his eyes. Although he was at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight after fighting with the wild beast. In the past, this early Saint Realm martial cultivator was nothing in his eyes, but under such circumstances, he had no way to avoid such a blow. Catcher. As the saber light descended, Ouyang Ping's head was chopped off and rolled to the side. The 2 halves of his body continued to spurt out blood, staining the ground. It was a dazzling sight. A thick smell of blood permeated the air. Yi Tianxing, you're crazy. The young woman finally came back to her senses. When she saw this scene, her expression could not help changing drastically. You actually killed Elder Ping. You're dead meat. Even your father won't be able to save you this time. My father can't protect me. Yi Tianxing smiled. Ouyang Yang, you don't seem to understand the situation, do you? Now that this old man is dead, do you think you can still survive to go back and inform him? You You want to kill me? Ouyang Ruo's expression changed. If you dare to kill me, your Yi family will be in chaos. Even if I kill you, who would know that I was the one who killed you? Yi Tianxing smirked. I met you halfway, so who would know that I was with you? Even if you didn't return to the Ouyang family, the Ouyang family would only think that you were buried in Juku mountain range. Why would they suspect me? Ouyang Ruo's face turned pale when she heard Yi Tianxing's words. Naturally, she knew that Yi Tianxing was telling the truth. Yi Tianxing, I don't think I've ever offended you. Why are you doing this? Ouyang Ruo's voice trembled slightly. She was the young miss of an aristocratic family who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever encountered such a situation? She was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. Why am I doing this? When Yi Tianxing heard this, his expression turned ferocious. Naturally, it's to get you. You, Ouyang Ruo, relied on the Ouyang clan's power and never treated me, Yi Tianxing, seriously. Since we were young, I've written no less than 1,000 love letters to you. Have you even read one? You're looking down on me, Yi Tianxing, from the bottom of your heart. Yi Tianxing roared when he reached the end of his sentence. When Ouyang Ruo heard this, she was completely dumbfounded. She did not expect Yi Tianxing to harbor evil intentions and kill her because of this. How twisted must one's mind be to do such a thing? For a moment, her heart was filled with fear. Yi Tianxing, it's not like that. I've read all the letters you've written. However, I don't have the habit of replying to letters. Ouyang Ruo lied to calm Yi Tianxing down. You don't have the habit of replying to letters? Yi Tianxing laughed maniacally. Then, why did you reply to Situ Hao's letters? Until now, do you still think that I, Yi Tianxing, am an idiot that you can toy with? Ouyang Ruo's face was pale. She did not expect Yi Tianxing to know about this. I've heard that the Situ family will soon come to the Ouyang family to ask for Situ Hao's hand in marriage. Your father has also agreed to it. I've been thinking about how to get you. Thank God, I've finally found my chance. Yi Tianxing walked toward Ouyang Ruo step by step. His eyes were filled with lust. Yi Tianxing, as long as you let me go, I'll swear that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. As for Elder Ping, I'll say that he died protecting me. Ouyang Ruo was completely terrified. There's no need for that. As long as I get you and kill you, no one will know about this. Didn't you always act all high and mighty in front of me? Why? You're no longer high and mighty now? Yi Tianxing's expression was ferocious when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Ouyang Ruo took out a Dao talisman at lightning speed and tossed it at Yi Tianxing. Activate! Ouyang Ruo cried out in a low voice. At the same time, another activate resonated in the air. Yi Tianxing had also tossed out a Dao talisman that exploded with a powerful force. It collided with the force of the Dao talisman that Ouyang Ruo had tossed out and cancelled each other out. They were both 2-star offensive Dao talismans, so they could not do anything to each other. Ouyang Ruo, you don't have to struggle anymore. Perhaps, as long as you serve me well, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll cut you into 7 to 8 pieces and feed each piece to a different wild beast. Yi Tianxing grinned. His smile was ferocious and evil. Ouyang Ruo was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her delicate body trembled, and she was completely speechless. Yi Tianxing instantly made his move. Although Ouyang Ruo resisted, she was no match for Yi Tianxing. She was subdued in just a blink of an eye. She was a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. She was powerless in front of Yi Tianxing, who was an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. How twisted must your mind be to do such a thing? Duan Lingtian walked out from the dark and chuckled when Yi Tianxing was about to attack Ouyang Ruo, who was in despair. He had never been a busybody. Moreover, he did not like Ouyang Ruo's spoiled temper. However, Yi Tianxing's behavior disgusted him. He knew that he couldn't just watch Yi Tianxing get what he wanted. Who's that? Yi Tianxing's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. He turned around hastily and saw Duan Lingtian at first glance. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you disgusted me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Tianxing indifferently and said, "You're a 7-foot man, but you're reduced to this state because of a woman. How sad. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me, Yi Tianxing?" Yi Tianxing sneered. A saber as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand when he raised his hand. The saber gleam flashed, and an arc-shaped saber ray shot toward Duan Lingtian without any warning. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since long ago, moved his body and barely avoided the arc-shaped saber light. This was because Yi Tianxing had only casually attacked. If he had attacked with his full strength, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to dodge it so easily. No matter what, Yi Tianxing was an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. His cultivation base was 2 levels higher than him. Save me! Save me! When Duan Lingtian dodged Yi Tianxing's attack, Yi Tianxing let go of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression. Ouyang Ruo quickly moved behind Duan Lingtian to seek protection. She no longer had the arrogance from before. "If you save me, our Ouyang clan won't mistreat you. At that time, no matter what you want, as long as our Ouyang clan can afford it, we'll give it to you," Ouyang Ruo said to Duan Lingtian. Although Ouyang Ruo was not arrogant when she said that, Duan Lingtian still felt uncomfortable when he heard that. However, he had already made up his mind. If he had the chance, he would definitely extort a huge sum from the Ouyang clan. Die! At this moment, Yi Tianxing shouted again and attacked at lightning speed. The saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing whistled as he used the Saint-grade martial tactic saber technique and aimed it at Duan Lingtian. The strength of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator was fully displayed. One had to admit that Yi Tianxing was very powerful. Moreover, there were 3 2-star saint inscriptions inscribed on Yi Tianxing's saint saber. Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for Yi Tianxing if he only used the 1000-mass broadsword to cast the gargantuan mountain. For this reason, he took out his trump card. Sun shooting bow. Body and arrow synchronization. Aerolite strike. Duan Lingtian immediately activated the 3-star saint inscriptions on the sun shooting bow. Apart from not using the strange pupil, he used almost all his strength. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the air and aimed at Yi Tianxing's vital point. "You overestimate yourself." Yi Tianxing smirked. The saint saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing trembled and formed a layer of defense in front of him. In his opinion, an arrow condensed from true energy by a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator would not be able to break through his defense. However, when the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot out arrived before him, he finally realized how naive he was. Chapter 1489. Although he was shocked by the power of Duan Lingtian's arrow, Yi Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the arrow seemed to have deviated due to his defense and shot towards his shoulder. However, his expression changed in the next moment. And the scene of fear on his face was destined to be the last scene of his life. Bang! At the same time, the arrow that hit Yi Tianxing's shoulder suddenly exploded, causing his upper body to turn into a bloody mist. Not only that, even the lower half of his body had been corroded to the point where nothing was left. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianxing's body was engulfed by the black smoke and completely disappeared from this world as though he had never appeared. Ouyang Ruo, who was hiding behind Duan Lingtian, widened her eyes when she saw this. She was so frightened that her body began to tremble. A person who was still alive a moment ago had completely disappeared before her eyes in the blink of an eye. This scene gave her too much of a shock. However, she was the daughter of a great clan after all. She quickly recovered and thanked Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for saving me." Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced at Ouyang Ruo indifferently. He did not say anything. Until now, he still did not have a good impression of this woman. Earlier, he had walked out from the shadows because he could not stand Yi Tianxing's actions. There was no other reason. If Yi Tianxing had not tried to kill him first, he would not have killed Yi Tianxing. Ouyang Ruo frowned when she saw Duan Lingtian picking up Yi Tianxing's spatial ring like a moneygrubber before taking Ouyang Ping's spatial ring and putting them into his own spatial ring. "That's Ouyang clan's elder Ping's spatial ring. Shouldn't you?" Ouyang Ruo could not help but speak. However, before she could finish, Duan Lingtian interrupted her. That spatial ring was Yi Tianxing's spoils of war. It's considered Yi Tianxing's. I killed Yi Tianxing, so his things are naturally my spoils of war. Duan Lingtian's words angered Ouyang Ruo to the point that she was speechless. Thinking about it carefully, that seemed to be the case. Miss Ouyang, if I didn't save your life, not to mention these things were originally mine, even your storage ring would be mine. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Ruo and said. After saying that, Duan Lingtian could not be bothered with Ouyang Yang anymore. He went to the other end of the Juku mountain range. As for the repayment that Ouyang Ruo had mentioned before, Duan Lingtian wasn't too interested in it. With Ouyang Ruo's temper, who knew if she would bite the hand that fed her when she arrived at the Ouyang family? He had just gone to collect his spoils of war, but this Ouyang Ruo actually had the nerve to ask him for it. As he spoke, he even faintly used the Ouyang family to pressure him. Was this how she treated her savior? Wait. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had abandoned her and left, Ouyang Ruo immediately panicked. Who didn't know that the Juku mountain range was extremely dangerous? With her strength, if she encountered a savage beast, she would definitely die. In an instant, Ouyang Ruo caught up with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not be bothered with Ouyang Ruo and continued walking forward. If it was not for the fact that he had to be careful with every step in the Juku mountain range, he would have used his speed to shake Ouyang Ruo off. How dare he ignore me? Seeing that Duan Lingtian had ignored her, Ouyang Ruo, who was following behind him, had a gloomy expression on her face. As the only daughter of the Ouyang family's clan leader and the second miss of the Ouyang family, she had grown up surrounded by a group of men. Which man would not reveal their admiration for her when they saw her? This was the first time she had been ignored by a man of her age. At that moment, Ouyang Ruo felt that her pride had been ruthlessly trampled on by Duan Lingtian. Looking at Duan Lingtian's back, there was only anger in Ouyang Ruo's eyes. However, although she was angry, she did not dare to do anything. She did not even dare to argue with Duan Lingtian. She had seen Duan Lingtian's coldness. She knew this was a man who did not know how to be gentle with women. I really don't know if he's a man or not. How can he treat a beauty like me so coldly? If Duan Lingtian knew what Ouyang Ruo was thinking, he would definitely have laughed out loud. Which of his two fiancées was not better than Ouyang Ruo by 1,000 times? A. He's also a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Along the way, Ouyang Ruo witnessed Duan Lingtian's attacks a few more times. At this moment, she could clearly sense the true energy's aura that Duan Lingtian released. It was the true energy of the mortal shedding stage. There was a certain difference between the true energy of the Saint Rudiment stage and the true energy of the mortal shedding stage. Ouyang Ruo could clearly tell the difference. A mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator managed to penetrate Yi Tianxing's defense and kill him with just one arrow. It seems like the saint inscription inscribed on his saint weapon is not simple. Ouyang Ruo thought to herself. Fear still lingered in her heart when she recalled the scene of Yi Tianxing being killed instantly. That arrow seemed to have easily penetrated Yi Tianxing's defense. It didn't even seem like it was obstructed at all. It's impossible for a mere mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like him to have such strength. Ouyang Ruo speculated inwardly. In that case, it must be the power of the saint inscription. It's impossible for a saint inscription with such a strong penetrating ability to be a 1-star saint inscription. It's also impossible for it to be a 2-star saint inscription. Could it be a 3-star saint inscription? Among the 3-star saint inscriptions, the penetration saint inscription just so happens to possess such a characteristic. Ouyang Ruo's heartbeat quickened when she thought of this. 3-star saint inscription. Even in their Ouyang clan, there were only a few saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. Moreover, they were all in the hands of the few high-ranking officials in the clan. Who's he exactly? When Ouyang Ruo looked at Duan Lingtian again, her eyes shone brightly. His background is definitely not ordinary. Even Sichu Hao can't be compared to him. The Sichu clan is just an 8th-rate clan like our Ouyang clan. It's very likely that he's from a 7th-rate force. When Ouyang Ruo thought of this, she no longer found Duan Lingtian an eyesore. She even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Moreover, Her image had changed to that of a gentle lady. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had seen Ouyang Ruo's arrogance before, he would have been fooled by her. Why has Ouyang Ruo suddenly changed so much? Duan Lingtian was secretly on guard. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. He understood this simple logic. As expected. When Duan Lingtian noticed Ouyang Ruo trying to figure out his identity, he could guess what she was thinking. "Miss Ouyang, I heard you're going to marry someone from the Sichu clan soon?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. "That's all Yi Tianxing's nonsense. Sichu Kong is a licentious young master, and I don't like him. I like a man who loves himself," Ouyang Ruo said softly. Ouyang Ruo said softly as she looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. There was a hint of adoration in her eyes. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly. Naturally, he was not naive enough to think Ouyang Ruo would fall for him just because he had saved her. This Ouyang Ruo doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Could it be that she saw through me? Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess what was going on. He became even more wary of Ouyang Ruo. This woman was much smarter than he had imagined. "You know my name, but I don't know yours. Isn't this a little unfair?" Ouyang Ruo asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "There's nothing unfair about it. You didn't tell me your name yourself." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Ouyang Ruo was slightly annoyed by his stubbornness. However, she suppressed her anger and forced a smile on her face. The more Duan Lingtian acted like this, the more she felt Duan Lingtian's origin was not simple. "I hope he'll get rid of his prejudice against me along the way. At that time, as long as I mesmerize him, our Ouyang clan will be able to establish a connection with the force behind him and soar to the sky. At that time, even the Sichu clan will be completely trampled by our Ouyang clan." Ouyang Ruo's eyes lit up as though she could already see the scene of the Ouyang clan soaring to the sky. She thought so because not only did she guess Duan Lingtian came from a seventh-rate force, but she also guessed Duan Lingtian's position in the seventh-rate force was not simple. Otherwise, how could he possess a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription when he was only at the mortal shedding stage? After half a day had passed, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in relief when he felt the gravity on his body was decreasing. "I'm finally leaving this godforsaken place." To Duan Lingtian, the Juku mountain range was a godforsaken place. In this godforsaken place, not only did he have to be wary of wild beasts, but he also had to deal with a scheming woman like Ouyang Ruo. Due to this reason, after leaving the Juku mountain range, Duan Lingtian immediately stepped into the air and flew away without saying anything. "Wait for me." Ouyang Ruo panicked when she saw Duan Lingtian was about to abandon her and leave. She lifted her hand and took out a 1-star divine strider talisman. After shouting "activate," she possessed the speed of an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. In just a blink of an eye, she caught up with Duan Lingtian. "Hey! Why are you so rude? Aren't you afraid that something will happen to a weak woman like me?" Ouyang Ruo said to Duan Lingtian in embarrassment. "Weak woman?" Upon hearing Ouyang Ruo's words, Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at her and sneered inwardly. If this Ouyang Ruo was a weak woman, then there would be no weak women in this world. "Activate." Duan Lingtian was really annoyed with Ouyang Ruo. He immediately used a 2-star divine strider talisman that he obtained from the black-robed man's spatial ring and disappeared before Ouyang Ruo's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Ouyang Ruo was so angry that she stomped her feet. Am I that annoying? However, the fact that he can use a 2-star divine strider talisman so casually proves that my guess is right. His origin is indeed not simple. Soon after, Ouyang Ruo smiled again. Her eyes narrowed as they gleamed. Looking at the direction he left, he should be heading to Han River City as well. Chapter 1490. As the biggest city in the 9-sect alliances district, Han River City covered a vast area. It was the biggest city Duan Lingtian had ever seen in this life. The reason why he said it was in this life was because the cities in this world could not be compared to the cities in his past life. The cities in his past life were different from the cities in this life. The cities in this life were similar to the ancient cities in his past life. However, Duan Lingtian lived in a modern society in his past life. There were no city walls in the modern society, and there were no clear divisions. In the modern society in his past life, a city was a whole area. It was not a city surrounded by walls. Before he got close to Han River City, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were more and more people in front of him. Looking at the way these people were going, it was obvious that they were going to Han River City just like him. As a city in the 9-sect alliances district, Han River City had also set up a flight prohibiting formation. Duan Lingtian had learned about this before. The flight prohibiting formation in Han River City was the same as the one in the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. It restricted martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint stage from flying. However, martial and Dao cultivators above the Saint stage could fly freely in the air. Therefore, when he arrived at the works of Han River City, Duan Lingtian could only follow the flow of people into Han River City obediently. The streets in Han River City were bigger than ordinary cities. The flow of people in Han River City also broadened Duan Lingtian's horizons. Compared to Han River City, the cities I've been to before are just like small villages in the countryside. Shuttling through the streets and looking at the magnificent Han River City, Duan Lingtian could not help but secretly click his tongue. However, Duan Lingtian did not forget his purpose of coming to Han River City. After finding an inn to stay in, he began to inquire about some things in Han River City. Before coming to Han River City, he only had a general understanding of the city. As for the things in Han River City, he was not very clear about it. However, as the saying went, money makes the world go round. Duan Lingtian went to a restaurant outside to eat a meal. After giving away some holy stone, he had a certain understanding of the situation in Han River City. Han River City was under the joint jurisdiction of the 9-sect alliances and was under their protection. The headquarters of the 9-sect alliances was in Han River City. Almost all the industries in Han River City, big or small, were divided among the 9 major sects of the 9-sect alliances. After the division, they were delegated to the local forces in Han River City to manage. The local forces of Han River City were all 8th-rate forces. Naturally, the strength of these 8th-rate forces was not something the 8th-rate forces under the Moon Illumination Sect's 18 cities could compare to. The 18 cities under the Moon Illumination Sect could barely be considered as an 8th-rate force due to the Moon Illumination Sect's influence. On the other hand, the 8th-rate forces in Han River City were all forces with deep foundations. Among these 8th-rate forces, the stronger ones even had several paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, while the weaker ones had several perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. These forces, be it clans or sects, were all local tyrants in Han River City. It seems like the Ouyang clan, Sichu clan, and the Yi clan behind Yi Tian Xing are all local tyrants in Han River City. Not only that, the Ouyang clan and Sichu clan should be the best among these local tyrants. The Yi family is slightly weaker. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out when he saw the scene when he first met Ouyang Ruo and Yi Tian Xing. Apart from having a certain understanding of the local tyrant forces in Han River City, Duan Lingtian also inquired about the places that sold inscription pens and all kinds of strange materials. Apart from relaxing, he had 2 major purposes in coming to Han River City. One was to buy an inscription pen. The other was to look for the materials needed to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. When he left the restaurant, the sky was gradually darkening. Duan Lingtian had also returned to the inn. After closing the door of the guest room, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. However, he found Hualaro resting with his eyes closed on the first level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. He called out to Hualaro a few times, but there was no response. It seems like Hualaro is burdened to completely repair the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, let's go take a look at the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Before he passed through the Juku mountain range, he had received Hualaro's voice transmission that the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda had been completely repaired. If it was not for the environment, he would have entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda a long time ago. After ascending to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian did not stop and continued to walk to the third level. However, he still took a few more glances at the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the future, this place will be unused. With a better cultivation environment, he naturally would not cultivate on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After ascending to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air. It was not something the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could compare to. The third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was empty. In the middle of the empty space, there was a huge rock. This huge rock stood there like a small mountain. The area it occupied was so vast that it was no less than the football field where the World Cup was held in Duan Lingtian's previous life. After flying up the huge rock, Duan Lingtian saw a long weapon in front of him. It was a halberd. This is the immortal supreme treasure astonishing god halberd that Hualaro mentioned before. When Duan Lingtian saw this halberd, his heart could not help but beat faster. The astonishing god halberd was one of the 7 treasures in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In terms of ranking, it was even higher than the Jasper fairy sword on the second level. Although Duan Lingtian knew that he should not be able to pick up the astonishing god halberd, he still tried. He used all his strength, but the astonishing god halberd did not move at all. Only then did he stop. I wonder when I will be able to use the immortal supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly and sighed. Who would be able to understand his feelings? Although the sun-shooting bow was also an immortal supreme treasure, it was incomplete. Its current power was not even comparable to the worst immortal supreme treasure. On the other hand, the Jasper fairy sword on the second level and the astonishing god halberd on the third level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda were complete immortal supreme treasures. They possessed incredible power. According to Hualaro, if I can use any of the 6 immortal supreme treasures in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, nobody in this world will be a match for me. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his heart itched even more. However, no matter how much he itched, there was nothing he could do. He was too weak to pick up a immortal supreme treasure. Only half a day had passed outside, but 2.5 days had passed inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 2.5 days were enough for Duan Lingtian to further consolidate his cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage. When the dawn of the second day shone on the earth, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After taking a hot bath and enjoying himself, he walked out of the room and left the inn. After leaving the inn, Duan Lingtian went to buy an inscription pen. This inscription pen is really expensive. It's just a 3-star inscription pen, but it costs me 100,000 7th-grade saint stones. After obtaining the inscription pen, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. After buying the inscription pen, Duan Lingtian went to the biggest market in Han River City and spent the whole day there. It's a pity that Hualaro hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, he could see if there are any other materials to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda here. During the whole day, Duan Lingtian did not come up empty-handed. He found 2 of the materials that Hualaro had mentioned to him before. They were the materials needed to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When he returned to the inn in the evening, someone came looking for him. "Young master, I'm the butler of the Ouyang clan. Our clan leader would like to see you." The person who came was an old man. Duan Lingtian raised his brow. He had a feeling that this old man's strength was not inferior to any of the outer court deacons in the Moon Illumination sect. The outer court deacons in the Moon Illumination sect were usually at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Chapter 1491. The Ouyang family. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown. Earlier in the market, he had noticed someone following him. However, that person had hidden very well and he had not been able to find him. After that, that person had stopped following him and he had forgotten about it. Who would have thought that someone would come knocking on his door as soon as he returned to the inn? Moreover, it was the Ouyang family's housekeeper. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess. It must have been Ouyang Ruo's doing. Otherwise, How could a newcomer like him attract the Ouyang family's attention? Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After Ouyang Ruo returned to the Ouyang family, the first thing she did was to look for her father, the Ouyang family's patriarch, and tell him about what had happened in Juku mountain range. When the Ouyang family's patriarch heard that his precious daughter had almost met with disaster, he was furious and wanted to denounce the Yi family. However, Ouyang Ruo stopped him at that moment. After listening to Ouyang Ruo's story, the Ouyang family's patriarch realized that the most important thing now was not to settle the score with the Yi family but to find the young man who had saved his daughter. According to his daughter, the young man was most likely from a seventh-rate faction or above. Therefore, after his daughter had drawn a portrait of the young man, he had sent people all over Han River City to look for him. Ouyang Ruo's drawing skills were not bad. At the very least, the people from the Ouyang clan managed to find Duan Lingtian in the biggest market in Han River City through the portrait she drew. Not only that, but they also found out the location of the inn Duan Lingtian was staying in. Please. The Ouyang family's housekeeper narrowed his eyes and invited Duan Lingtian once again. His eyes flashed. What will you do if I refuse? Duan Lingtian glanced at the Ouyang family's housekeeper and asked. Young master, please don't make things difficult for me. The butler of the Ouyang family sighed. You can rest assured. You are Our Lady's savior. No matter how bad our Ouyang family is, we will not be ungrateful. This invitation is to thank you. We have no ill intentions. Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the Ouyang family's housekeeper. After a while, he nodded and said, lead the way. He was not a cowardly person to begin with. The reason he asked the Ouyang family's housekeeper like that just now was just to test the other party. On the way to the Ouyang clan, Duan Lingtian learned that the name of the Ouyang clan's butler was Ouyang Ji. When Ouyang Ji asked for his name, he only said that his surname was Duan. Young Master Duan, is this your first time in Han River City? Ouyang Ji probed. Why do you ask? Duan Lingtian asked. I heard from my men about your performance in the market. Ouyang Ji said with a smile. Is the person following me one of your men? Duan Lingtian frowned. Yes, Ouyang Ji admitted. He's an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator who's good at following people. I didn't expect you to notice him, young Master Duan. Before this, let alone mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators, even intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators didn't notice him when he was following them. Ouyang Ji sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. There's always someone better out there. It's just that he hasn't met anyone yet. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. That's right. Young Master Duan, you've taught him a good lesson today. Ouyang Ji smiled. I don't think he was the one who discovered the inn I'm staying in, right? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what he was most curious about. As the most powerful weapon specialist on Earth in his previous life, he was confident that he had an extraordinary tracking ability. However, he did not notice anyone following him back to the inn. One must know that the current him had opened 99 saint veins in his body. Whether it was his hearing, vision, or smell, they were far superior to ordinary people. This also made his anti-tracking ability even stronger. However, he still did not discover that person. It was fine if he did not discover Huang Cheng and the black-robed man on his way to Han River City earlier. After all, one of them was a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator while the other was a paramount Saint Rudiment stage devil cultivator. Their cultivation bases were much higher than his. However, the person who followed him back to the inn was definitely not someone at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In a clan like the Ouyang clan, those who were at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage and above were undoubtedly the pillars. All of them were high-ranking members of the clan. It was impossible for these people to follow him. After he was discovered by you at the market, young Master Duan, he stopped following you. Ouyang Ji nodded. After he came back to report, I personally followed you, young Master Duan. Therefore, I appeared not long after you returned to the inn, Duan Lingtian. Does this mean you're at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Lingtian asked as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. Ouyang Ji nodded. Duan Lingtian's heart sank slightly. The difference in their cultivation bases seemed to have rendered his anti-tracking ability useless. However, when he recalled that he was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage, he was relieved. He was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. How could he possibly expect to discover someone at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage following him? If he could discover someone at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, would it not be too degrading? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian followed Ouyang Ji to the Ouyang clan's mansion. As a first-tier 8th-rate clan in Han River City, the Ouyang clan's mansion was located in the east of Han River City. It occupied a vast area and was magnificent. Lord Ji. Lord Ji. When Duan Lingtian followed Ouyang Ji into the Ouyang clan's mansion, more than 10 Ouyang clan's guards stood on both sides of the entrance and bowed respectfully to Ouyang Ji. The current Ouyang Ji was no longer as easygoing and warm as he was when he was only facing Duan Lingtian. His expression was solemn, displaying the majesty of a steward. However, after entering the mansion, his expression changed again when he was only facing Duan Lingtian. He introduced the scenery along the way to Duan Lingtian. The Ouyang clan's mansion was huge. It took them a long time to walk through the front yard. There was a lake, rockery, and corridors in the front yard. It looked like the back garden of the Imperial Palace in Duan Lingtian's hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Naturally, even the back garden of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace was not as big as the front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion. At this moment, the sunset on the horizon gradually dimmed. Night began to fall. The front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion began to be lit up one by one. It set off the buildings in the front yard of the Ouyang clan's mansion. It looked magnificent and magnificent. Young Master Duan, the reception hall of our Ouyang clan is right in front of us. The clan leader and young miss have been waiting for you for a long time. Ouyang Ji glanced ahead and said to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked ahead. With just a glance, he saw a palace-like building standing in front of him. It was surrounded by other buildings like stars surrounding the moon. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens. When he brought Duan Lingtian to the outside of the main hall, Ouyang Ji said respectfully, "Clan leader, young Master Duan is here. So your surname is Duan." Almost as soon as Ouyang Ji's words left his mouth, a figure that was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian appeared before his eyes. It was Ouyang Ruo. At this moment, Ouyang Ruo was looking at Duan Lingtian with a smile. "How is it? We meet again, right? Young Miss Ouyang, you don't seem like you're treating your savior like you're treating your enemy instead." Duan Lingtian said meaningfully. "If I didn't do this, how would I have found you?" The smile on Ouyang Ruo's face remained unchanged. She could guess what Duan Lingtian was talking about. It was none other than the fact that the Ouyang clan was following him. "Ruo, why aren't you inviting your savior in?" At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from the main hall. The voice was extremely majestic. Just by listening to the voice, one could tell that this person must have been in a high position for a long time. Duan Lingtian did not have to guess to know that it was the voice of the Ouyang clan's clan leader. "Please come in. Young Master Duan." Ouyang Ruo looked at Duan Lingtian and greeted him with a smile. Duan Lingtian did not intend to be courteous. He strode into the Ouyang clan's main hall. The Ouyang clan's main hall was dazzling and majestic. After entering the main hall, Duan Lingtian looked around. With just a glance, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the main hall. The middle-aged man was a man with a curly beard. He had a strong back and a strong waist. As he sat there, he was majestic like the king of lions. He was the Ouyang clan's clan leader, Ouyang Ba. Behind him stood a young man. The young man was quite handsome. His brows were similar to Ouyang Ruo's. Duan Lingtian could guess that this person must be Ouyang Ruo's elder brother, the Ouyang clan's first young master, Ouyang Qing. It's said that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The Ouyang clan's clan leader is such a careless person. It's really rare that he could give birth to such a delicate son and daughter. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was speechless. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could almost imagine that Ouyang Ba's wife must be a rare beauty. Otherwise, how could she give birth to such a pair of children? If Ouyang Ba's wife was not a beauty, Then there was only one possibility. Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Ruo might not be Ouyang Ba's biological children. Of course, the possibility of this was very low. As the Ouyang clan's clan leader, how could he possibly raise someone else's children? Ouyang clan leader. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands together at Ouyang Ba as a form of greeting. I'm Ouyang Ba, the Ouyang clan's clan leader. May I know little brother Duan's name? Ouyang Ba chuckled. There was a hint of friendliness in his tone. He was not arrogant at all. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian replied calmly. He still did not intend to reveal his name. His name must be very unpleasant. Ouyang Ruo, who followed Duan Lingtian back into the main hall, cursed in her heart as she stared at Duan Lingtian's back. Me. Just as Ouyang Ba's expression froze, Ouyang Qing, who was standing behind him, snorted coldly. You're really arrogant. My father asked for your name, but you're not willing to reveal your own. I'm really curious about your background. You're so ill-mannered. Whether I'm willing to reveal my name or not depends entirely on my mood. If you insist on talking about manners. You're the Ouyang clan's first young master. How can you treat your sister's savior in this manner? Chapter 1492. Ouyang Qing was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, but he was speechless. After all, what Duan Lingtian said made sense. He did save his sister's life. All right, Qing little brother Duan is a guest and Ruo's savior. Don't be rude. Ouyang Ba was the one who spoke at the critical moment. Little brother Duan, thank you for saving my daughter's life. Ouyang Ba stood up and clasped his hands at Duan Lingtian to express his gratitude. You're welcome, Ouyang clan leader. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, now that I've thanked you, if there's nothing else, Ouyang clan leader, it's time for me to go back. I have an appointment with my elder at the inn tonight. Elder. Ouyang Ba and Ouyang Ruo looked at each other when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They saw the joy in each other's eyes. No matter what, I'll have to invite little brother Duan tonight to thank you for saving my daughter's life. As for little brother Duan's elder, he'll have to attend as well. Why don't I go with little brother Duan to invite your elder? Ouyang Ba said to Duan Lingtian. His words were sincere. Duan Lingtian had fabricated an elder so that he could get away as soon as possible. Who would have thought that the Ouyang clan leader would be so stubborn that he would personally go with him to invite that elder to the Ouyang clan? Ouyang clan leader, I'm afraid this won't work. My elder doesn't like to meet outsiders. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. Doesn't like to meet outsiders? Ouyang Qing sneered. He's really arrogant, but I wonder if he's really capable. Ouyang clan leader, it seems like your son doesn't welcome me. I'll take my leave now. Duan Lingtian was not upset when he saw that Ouyang Qing was going against him. Instead, he was amused. He clasped his hands at Ouyang Ba and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Little brother Duan, please wait. Seeing this, Ouyang Ba immediately panicked. When he heard that a senior from the Duan Lingtian family was coming, his first thought was to meet that senior from the Duan Lingtian family and build a good relationship with him. It would only be beneficial to the Ouyang family. My son is not sensible, please forgive him. After Ouyang Ba finished his sentence, he turned around to look at Ouyang Qing and bellowed, unfilial son, why are you still standing here? I shouldn't have let you come along. Ouyang Qing was stunned when he heard Ouyang Ba's roar and saw Ouyang Ba's furious expression. This was the first time in his life that he had seen his father throw such a tantrum at him, and it was because of an outsider. Immediately, he felt his chest fill with anger, ready to burst out at any moment. Humph! Ouyang Qing left in a huff. When he passed by Duan Lingtian, he glared at Duan Lingtian before leaving the hall. Ouyang family head, farewell. Duan Lingtian did not wait for Ouyang Ba's explanation as he strode out. He would be a fool not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. You're not allowed to leave. However, Duan Lingtian forgot about one person, and that was Ouyang Ruo. She blocked Duan Lingtian's path first. Young lady Ouyang, is this how you treat your savior? Duan Lingtian's face darkened slightly. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have saved you back then. You. Ouyang Ruo was so furious that her expression changed. Duan Lingtian did not show any courtesy to Ouyang Ruo. He moved aside and left the Ouyang family's hall. However, he was stopped again outside the Ouyang family's hall. This time, the person who stopped him was the Ouyang family's housekeeper, Ouyang Ji. Housekeeper Ji, are you trying to stop me too? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Young Master Duan, please don't make things difficult for me. Ouyang Ji smiled bitterly. He did not dare to let this person leave without the family head's permission. Housekeeper Ji, let young brother Duan leave. At this moment, Ouyang Ba spoke. Father. Ouyang Ruo's expression changed. She did not expect her father to let Duan Lingtian leave so easily. It took her a lot of effort to draw his portrait and find him. However, Ouyang Ba ignored Ouyang Ruo. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Young brother Duan, I apologize to you for what happened today. Tomorrow morning, I'll prepare a generous gift and personally apologize to you. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly and left. After leaving the Ouyang family's mansion, Duan Lingtian felt his body lighten. He felt like a bird flying in the vast sky and a fish swimming in the vast sea. In the Ouyang family's hall, Ouyang Ruo looked at Ouyang Ba and asked with a frown, Father, why did you let him leave just like that? In that situation earlier, what else could I have done? Force him to stay. Ouyang Ba shook his head. I'm afraid that many people in Han River City already know that he came to our Ouyang clan. Not to mention the forces that have been keeping an eye on our Ouyang clan, even the people behind him probably already know that he came to our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Ruo fell silent when she heard Ouyang Ba's words. Father, his background is definitely not simple. Are we going to let him go just like that? Ouyang Ruo said with some reluctance. Of course, we can't let him go just like that. Tomorrow morning, I'll prepare a generous gift and apologize to him. At that time, I'll bring your brother along to apologize to him as well. Ouyang Ba could not help but frown when he mentioned Ouyang Qing. Qing'er has really disappointed me this time. Father, don't blame brother. He's just feeling injustice for you. I don't know why that person with the surname Duan is so secretive. He's not even willing to say his name. Ouyang Ruo pleaded for Ouyang Qing first. However, when she mentioned Duan Lingtian, she looked upset again. He doesn't have a good impression of our Ouyang family. As the clan leader of the Ouyang family and a powerful force in Han River City, Ouyang Ba's judgment of people was still very accurate. Ruo, did you miss out anything from what you told me earlier? I felt that he seemed to be hostile toward you when he met you. Hostile toward me? Ouyang Ruo was stunned. Although she knew that Duan Lingtian seemed to dislike her, she did not expect that Duan Lingtian was hostile toward her. Yes. Ouyang Ba nodded. Could it be that I asked you to invite him here by force? Is that why he's hostile toward me? Ouyang Ruo was puzzled. I don't think it's that simple. I feel that his hostility toward you is not something that was formed overnight. Ouyang Ba shook his head. Think about it again. Did you miss out on any details? Just as Ouyang Ruo was racking her brains, Ouyang Qing saw Duan Lingtian walking out of their Ouyang family's mansion with his own eyes. Boy, my father and sister said that you have a seventh-rate force behind you. I'd like to see if you're just playing tricks. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Ouyang Qing's mouth. At the same time, he went to the Ouyang family's backyard and found a white-haired old man. Grandpa Shan, there's someone who's plotting against our Ouyang family. He even lied that he's from a seventh-rate force. My father seems to believe him. Chapter 1493. The white-haired old man whom Ouyang Qing addressed as Grandpa Shan was the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan. Ouyang Qing had grown up with him since he was young. He had long treated him like his own grandson. His love for Ouyang Qing was more than the love his father, Ouyang Ba, had for Ouyang Qing. Due to Ouyang Ba's love, he had to give half of it to Ouyang Qing. However, he gave all of his love to Ouyang Qing. Qing'er, your father is not a fool. Since he believed him, it means that he might be from a seventh-rate force. Ouyang Shan shook his head and said with a smile, Grandpa Shan, You said it's a possibility. Maybe he's not from a seventh-rate force? Ouyang Qing said, my father asked him to stay out of goodwill and wanted to invite him to a banquet, but he rejected him. He even said that he had an appointment with an elder. I think that's most likely his excuse. Perhaps, even Ouyang Qing did not expect that. He had spouted nonsense in front of the old man in front of him to attack Duan Lingtian, and he had hit the nail on the head. That was indeed Duan Lingtian's excuse. Does this mean that he left? Ouyang Shan asked. Yes. Ouyang Qing nodded. If he has any ulterior motives for the Ouyang clan, I don't think he would reject your father. So, he should be fine. As the saying went, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Ouyang Shan was very clear about this. Grandpa Shan, that might be the case. Maybe he's deliberately mystifying and retreating in order to advance. Ouyang Qing panicked when he heard Ouyang Shan's words. If he was alone, he really wouldn't dare to do anything in secret. Moreover, he had heard from his sister that the boy with the surname Duan was not easy to deal with. He had killed Yi Tian Xing from the Yi clan in just a second. He knew that his ability was only slightly more powerful than Yi Tian Xing. That's possible. Ouyang Shan nodded thoughtfully. Grandpa Shan, we'll know if there's anything wrong with him as long as we keep an eye on him at the inn for a night. I'd like to see if he really has an appointment with his elder or if he's lying. Ouyang Qing's eyes gleamed coldly as he said. Qing you seem to be hostile toward him. Ouyang Shan vaguely sensed that something was amiss. He had watched Ouyang Qing grow up, so he naturally understood his temper. My intuition tells me that he is indeed plotting against our Ouyang clan. Naturally, Ouyang Qing knew that he had exposed his emotions in front of Ouyang Shan, so he added immediately, we can't let anyone who's plotting against our Ouyang clan live. If he's really lying today, he can't be allowed to live in this world after tonight. At the end of her sentence, Ouyang Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent. Her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Grandpa Shan, come with me. We will secretly monitor him. If his elders don't show up, it means that he is lying, which also means that his thoughts are not pure. We need to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. As Ouyang Qing spoke, he made a kill gesture with a ferocious expression. Qing even if he's lying, it only means that he's unwilling to accept the clan leader's invitation. This doesn't mean that he's plotting against our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan frowned and said, moreover, this doesn't prove that he's not from a seventh-rate force. Even if he's from a seventh-rate force, he might still reject the clan leader's invitation. Some people really don't like banquets. If we kill him rashly, there's no doubt that we'll offend the force behind him. If the force behind him is really a seventh-rate force, then it'll undoubtedly be a disaster for our Ouyang clan. Ouyang Shan's expression was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Grandpa Shan, I've thought about this. When we leave the clan, we don't have to go through the main door so that the people in the clan won't know that we've left. Even if he's dead, nobody will know that it was done by our Ouyang clan, Ouyang Qing said. It was obvious that he already had a plan. Seeing that Ouyang Shan was still hesitating, Ouyang Qing continued, Grandpa Shan, as the saying goes, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. The feeling he gives me is really too dangerous. It'll definitely be a disaster for our Ouyang clan if we keep such a person alive. When Ouyang Qing saw that Ouyang Shan's frown had eased after hearing his words, he clenched his teeth and kneeled on the ground with a thud. Qing what are you doing? Get up, get up. Ouyang Shan immediately stood up and wanted to help Ouyang Qing up. However, Ouyang Qing was unwilling to get up. Grandpa Shan, just trust me this time. Don't tell me you want to watch the Ouyang clan be destroyed just like that. You said that you'll watch me become the clan leader of the Ouyang clan in the future. If the Ouyang clan is destroyed, how can I still be the clan leader? Ouyang Qing was very agitated as he spoke. He was so agitated that he knocked his head hard on the ground. His forehead was bleeding and it was dazzling. At the same time, a hint of cunning flashed across his eyes. This was because he had lowered his head so Ouyang Shan could not see it. Naturally, even if he did not lower his head, Ouyang Shan might not have seen it. Qing Grandpa Shan promises you. Ouyang Shan felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife when he saw Ouyang Qing's lifted forehead dripping with blood. He had focused his entire life on martial Dao. Other than a failed relationship when he was young, he had always been alone and had no children. Ouyang Qing's appearance was like a ray of light that illuminated the dark world in his heart. From then on, he was no longer alone. He had someone who was worthy of his protection and care for his entire life. He was willing to do anything for Ouyang Qing, even if he had to die. Now that he saw the blood flowing out of Ouyang Qing's forehead, he no longer had any qualms and agreed to it right away. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Naturally, he did not regret agreeing to Ouyang Qing's request. He regretted hesitating. If he had agreed to Ouyang Qing's request earlier, he would not have kowtowed and his head would not be bleeding. "Thank you, Grandpa Shan. Thank you, Grandpa Shan." Although he knew Ouyang Shan would agree to it, Ouyang Qing still pretended to thank him. "Grandpa Shan, I'll prepare 2 sets of night clothes and 2 masks." Ouyang Qing said to Ouyang Shan and prepared to leave. "Grandpa Shan has everything that you mentioned. Wait a moment, Grandpa Shan will go in and get them." Ouyang Shan stopped Ouyang Qing and turned to enter his room at the same time. "Duan, it's fine if you really have a senior here. But if your senior isn't here, tonight will be the day you die." A ferocious gleam flashed through Ouyang Qing's eyes as he thought to himself. Ouyang Qing had heard about Duan Lingtian from his sister before. In fact, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian was from a 7th-rate force. This was because only outstanding young talents from 7th-rate forces would possess a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription. According to Ruo, the saint weapon in that Duan boy's hand seems to have more than one 3-star saint inscription inscribed on it. The moment Ouyang Qing thought about this, he became excited again. Naturally, the reason he asked Ouyang Shan for help was not because of the Ouyang clan's safety. It was just an excuse. His purpose was to kill Duan Lingtian and seize everything that Duan Lingtian had. This included the saint weapon that was inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription and the precious Dao talismans on him. In his opinion, it must be a huge fortune that was enough to move his heart. Although he was the great young master of the Ouyang clan was only an 8th-rate force. Although it was considered one of the best among the 8th-rate forces, it was still incomparable to a 7th-rate force. Just like in Han River City, their Ouyang clan had to depend on the 9-sect alliances to survive. All of this was because the 9-sect alliances was an alliance formed by 9 7th-rate forces. Any 7th-rate force had the ability to annihilate the Ouyang clan. In Han River City, it was not only the Ouyang clan, but the other 8th-rate forces were also subordinate to the 9-sect alliances. Although Duan Lingtian had saved his sister's life, he did not take it to heart. Let alone saving his sister's life, even if Duan Lingtian had saved his own life, as long as the other party had something that moved his heart, he would still seize it by hook or by crook. Soon, Ouyang Shan came out. When he came out, he had already changed into a black night suit. In his hand, he was also holding a night suit and 2 grimacing masks. Once he put them on, it would be enough to cover his face completely and no one would recognize him. "Grandpa Shan, let's go." After changing into the night suit and putting on the grimacing mask, Ouyang Qing looked at Ouyang Shan eagerly and said excitedly. Of course, since his face was covered by the grimacing mask, Ouyang Shan could not see the excitement on his face. "Yes." Ouyang Shan responded. With a lift of his hand, he brought Ouyang Qing out of his courtyard and disappeared into the night. As the second elder of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shan's cultivation base was naturally not simple. Along the way, the Ouyang clan's guards patrolling everywhere did not find any trace of Ouyang Shan and Ouyang Qing. It was easy for the 2 of them to climb over the wall at a remote corner of the Ouyang clan's mansion and leave the Ouyang clan. After leaving the Ouyang clan, the 2 of them disappeared at the end of a remote street in Han River City. In the Ouyang clan's guest hall. "Father, do you think? Is it because I asked him to return Elder Ping's spatial ring to me when he killed Yi Tianxing and took Elder Ping's spatial ring?" Ouyang Ruo racked his brain and finally thought of something useful. "However, Elder Ping is a member of our Ouyang clan. It's only right that he gave me Elder Ping's spatial ring. If it's because of that, Then his too petty. Ouyang Ruo snorted. Ruo, what should I say to you? Ouyang Ba smiled bitterly. He finally knew the reason. Elder Ping was killed by Yi Tianxing. If he didn't do anything, not only would Elder Ping's spatial ring be Yi Tianxing's, but even your spatial ring would be Yi Tianxing's spoils of war. He killed Yi Tianxing and saved you. It's only right that he took Elder Ping's spatial ring. How can you ask him to return it to you? Chapter 1494. In fact, Ouyang Ba knew that he could not blame his daughter for this. His daughter rarely ventured out, so she did not know about the law of the jungle in the outside world. Father, why are you saying the same thing as he said? Ouyang Ruo frowned. She still remembered that when she asked Duan Lingtian to return Elder Ping's spatial ring to her, the words that Duan Lingtian said were almost exactly the same as what her father was saying now. If she did not know that it was impossible for her father to have discussed with Duan Lingtian beforehand, she would have suspected that her father and Duan Lingtian had discussed and said that together. Ruo, this is the law of the outside world. Ouyang Ba could only explain it this way. These things could not be understood just by talking about it, they had to be put into practice. Alright, Ruo, this matter is over now, don't think too much about it. Go and get your brother here. I want to discuss with him about going to little brother Duan tomorrow to bring a bramble and ask for punishment. Ouyang Ba said to Ouyang Ruo. Father, brother will never agree to this, Ouyang Ruo said bitterly. Ouyang Ruo said with a bitter face. She knew her brother very well. His ego was frighteningly strong. It was impossible for him to bring a bramble and ask for punishment from someone who had not had any conflict with him, let alone someone who had just had a conflict with him today. He has to agree to this even if he doesn't want to. I don't believe that he can go against the heavens. Ouyang Ba snorted coldly and said overbearingly, just go and get your brother here, there's no need to tell him about this in advance. I'll tell him myself. Otherwise, he'll run away in advance if you tell him about this. Although Ouyang Ba did not dare to say that he knew his son's character the best, it was not like he did not know. Yes, father. Ouyang Ruo smiled wryly and left the reception hall to look for her brother, Ouyang Qing. Now that Ouyang Qing had left the Ouyang clan's estate, she naturally did not find him. Ouyang Ruo sighed in relief when she found out that her brother was not around and seemed to have left. At the same time, he went back to report to Ouyang Ba, Father, I went to brother's courtyard to look for him, but he wasn't there. I asked the servants in his courtyard, and they all said that he didn't go back. That unfilial son definitely couldn't stand my scolding and went out to have fun. Ouyang Ba cursed. Butler G. At the same time, Ouyang Ba called out loudly. Patriarch. Immediately, the old man standing outside the reception hall walked in. It was the Ouyang family's steward, Ouyang Ji. Take some people and bring that unfilial son back to me. No matter what you do, even if you have to tie him up, you have to tie him up and bring him back. Tomorrow morning, I must see him. Ouyang Ba ordered. Yes, Patriarch. Ouyang Ji smiled bitterly and retreated. He was most unwilling to do this kind of thing, but he didn't dare to disobey the Patriarch's orders. Although Ouyang Qing was the successor to the Patriarch's position, he had not yet matured, so he was not afraid of him. He was afraid of the person behind Ouyang Qing. That person was their Ouyang family's real power figure. He was not someone that he, Ouyang Ji, could offend. At this moment, Ouyang Ba only thought that Ouyang Qing had gone out to have fun. However, he had no idea that Ouyang Qing had his eyes on the young man who was suspected to be from a seventh-rate force whom he wanted to befriend. What he did not know was that this night might be a turning point for the Ouyang clan. After leaving the Ouyang family and returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian did not leave immediately. If he was a timid person, he would naturally hide as far away as possible from the Ouyang family's line of sight. However, he was not that kind of person, so he did not plan to run away with his tail between his legs. After returning to the guest room, he could not wait to enter the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, coupled with the excellent cultivation environment, was enough for his cultivation base to improve rapidly. If I calculate the time outside by cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm afraid the time I spent breaking through from the paramount mortal shedding stage to the Saint Rudiment stage is less than the time I spent breaking through from the perfection mortal shedding stage to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was certain about this. Cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 5 days was only equivalent to 1 day outside. This was not something the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could compare to. Moreover, the cultivation environment on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was far inferior to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If one really had to make a comparison between the two, it could be said that the cultivation speed on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not even half of the cultivation speed on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Before I return to Half Moon Island, I should be able to break through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Of course, it'll be even better if I can break through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian's mind became much more active as he thought about this. What I need to do now is to cultivate diligently and elevate my cultivation base as soon as possible. With my current ability, I can deal with ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators, but if I really encounter a powerhouse, I'll be at their mercy. Ever since Duan Lingtian found out that someone above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage could easily avoid his anti-tracking, he felt a sense of pressure that he had never felt before. He desperately wanted to elevate his cultivation base. However, everything had a process, and he knew in his heart that he could not rush it. However, he was so anxious that he could not control his emotions at all. Someone's watching from outside. Unknowingly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was like a clap of thunder that completely woke him up. Hualao, you're awake. The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw Hualao, who was just inches away from him. Yes. Hualao nodded. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda took a huge toll on me, and it took me a while to fully recover. However, I gained something during the restoration, and my strength has recovered a little. Now that my divine consciousness has recovered a lot, I can extend it to cover an area. Although it doesn't have any offensive power, it's still useful for scouting. Elder Hua said, I just found out that there are 2 people spying on you outside this inn. They don't come with good intentions. 2 people? Spying on me? Duan Lingtian frowned. Don't tell me they're from the Ouyang clan. It can only be them. What are they trying to do? When I was recovering this time, I left behind a gush of sun energy that I'm going to channel into your body to refine your true energy. In the future, when your true energy transforms into this world's true origin, it'll carry the sun energy and become the sun true origin. Hualao told Duan Lingtian. True origin was the energy in the body of a powerhouse above the saint stage. After a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse broke through to the saint stage, his true energy would transform into true origin. Sun energy. Sun true origin? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. However, he soon frowned again. Hualao, let's do it another time. There are still 2 people outside that we haven't dealt with yet. The power of the sun is dissipating at every moment. Even I won't be able to hold it for long. Furthermore, given your current level of Zhenqi, it'll take you at most 2 hours to refine it. Hualao did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply. He lifted his hand and pointed his sword finger at the space between Duan Lingtian's brows. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifyingly hot aura rushing toward him. It transformed into a stream of heat that entered his qi through the space between his brows. He was like a bandit who robbed people of their houses. As the stream of heat entered his qi, Duan Lingtian discovered the true energy in his qi was boiling. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy. In the end, he completely lost consciousness. While Duan Lingtian was unconscious, the true energy in his qi underwent an earth-shattering change. In the beginning, his true energy was boiling as though it had been injected with chicken blood. Following that, the 99 saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body began to circulate one great cycle after another as a warm current guided the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air into his body. This stream of heat was extremely domineering. It seemed to possess a devouring characteristic. Originally, the heaven and earth spirit energy on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda could not be seen. However, it had now gathered above Duan Lingtian's head and condensed into a large pool of liquid. Moreover, the liquid was still increasing. This was the materialization of the heaven and earth spirit energy. The materialized heaven and earth spirit energy continued to surge into Duan Lingtian's body and was guided by the stream of heat to circulate his qi. At the same time, black impurities began to seep out of every pore on Duan Lingtian's body. Naturally, there were not many black impurities. Duan Lingtian's body had already been reborn twice. Naturally, the amount of impurities in his body would not be as much as an ordinary person's. At this moment, if there was a powerful person present, he would definitely be able to tell with just a glance that this three-legged golden crow was using the sun energy to cleanse the purple-clad young man's impurities and help him to attain the sun body through the enlightenment technique. Every three-legged golden crow could only use this enlightenment technique once in their lives. It was extremely domineering and heaven-defying. At this moment, Hualaro had already transformed into his true form. He was a three-legged golden crow that was covered in flames. His entire body was emitting a domineering heatwave that made the entire third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda seem to have fallen into a scorching heat. Naturally, the unconscious Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. 2 hours were equivalent to 2 hours. 2 hours later, Elder Hua finally transformed back into his human form. His originally rosy complexion had become incomparably pale, as though he had aged several hundred years in an instant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian gradually regained consciousness. In the beginning, he was still a little confused. However, after he recalled for a while, he completely regained his senses. The first thing he did was to observe his qi. The moment he did so, he was taken aback. This, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely stunned. Disbelief was written all over his face as though he had discovered something unbelievable. This seems to be intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Chapter 1495. Duan Lingtian noticed the qi in his body had turned into a small lake. It was completely different from his previous qi. Previously, his sea of qi was at most a large pool. As far as he knew, even an early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivator's qi was only the size of a small stream. Due to this reason, the moment he looked into his qi, he realized he had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Although this was somewhat unbelievable, it was indeed true. Hualaro, this is, Duan Lingtian looked at Hualaro in front of him excitedly. He had too many questions to ask, but he did not know which to ask first. You can ask later. The most important thing now is to deal with the two people who are spying on you. Hualaro said to Duan Lingtian before he left and returned to the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian had also seen Hualaro's pale face. Although he was curious, he knew it was not the best time for Hualaro to answer his questions. Ouyang clan. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he began to test the true energy in his body on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Currently, the true energy in his body was as vast as a lake. It flowed through the 99 saint veins and swept out in just a blink of an eye. Even if it's someone at the paramount mortal shedding stage, regardless of whether it's the true energy weapon condensation, true energy beast condensation, or true energy domain, their short burst of power might not necessarily be comparable to mine. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. If the true energy was the car in his previous life, then the saint veins were the roads in his previous life. There were more cars here that could travel at the same time. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that from the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage onwards, one's strength was no longer limited to the use of true energy and saint veins. At the same time, it also depended on the true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory techniques. Duan Lingtian had seen these three methods before and knew that they were extraordinarily powerful. However, with my current strength, Even a martial or Dao cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage who uses the true energy consolidated weapon might not be a match for me. Although martial and Dao cultivators at the late stage of the mortal shedding realm who had mastered the true energy weapon condensation technique were very powerful, there was still a limit to how powerful they were. With his means and reliance, unless a late-stage mortal shedding realm existence was also an existence that could surpass ranks and defeat enemies, it was impossible for them to be his opponent. Of course, if it was someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he would not dare to say that he could win. After all, the existence of the perfection mortal shedding stage not only mastered the true energy weapon condensation technique, but also the true energy beast condensation technique. After spending a few hours familiarizing himself with the true qi in his body, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. As my cultivation base has increased, my spiritual energy has also increased. Currently, I can already inscribe 2-star saint inscriptions. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon, he walked out of the room and left the inn. His leaving. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the inn, 2 figures clad in night clothes walked out from a corner of the inn. The owners of the 2 figures were each wearing a ghost mask. It was already late at night, and there was almost no sign of people on the road. Grandpa Shan, let's follow them and have a look. One of the masked men looked at the other masked man and said through true energy voice transmission. The other masked man did not say anything. He merely nodded and brought the former along to follow them. 2 people. Although Duan Lingtian who was walking in front did not turn his head, he also noticed the 2 people who were following them from afar. Naturally, he might not be able to see them even if he turned his head. This was because the 2 sneaky people were walking in a place that was not covered by the streetlights. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, with the help of the spiritual secret tactic, Divine Eye, that Hualaro passed on to me, I can now detect the age and cultivation base of those below the Saint stage without them noticing. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, he quietly extended his spiritual energy and quickly detected the cultivation base of the 2 people who were following him. Early Saint Rudiment stage? How dare you follow me when you're so weak? When Duan Lingtian detected the cultivation base of one of them, he could not help but scoff. That's not right. This person is very good at hiding. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation base has broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, I might not have been able to detect him. Either he has some special concealment technique or he has a powerhouse protecting him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss again. At this moment, his spiritual secret tactic, Divine Eye, also began to detect the other person. When he detected the person's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened. Perfection. Perfection Saint Rudiment stage? Duan Lingtian's heart sank. Even the Ouyang clan's steward, Ouyang Ji, is only at the mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Even in the entire Ouyang clan, there are very few people at the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. The weakest one is an elder. The Ouyang clan really thinks highly of me. They actually sent an elder to spy on me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt the flames of rage rising in his heart. He did not plan to have any relationship with the Ouyang clan at all. Otherwise, he would not have rejected the invitation of Ouyang Ba, the clan leader of Ouyang clan. Who would have thought that the Ouyang clan would be so despicable? They said one thing but did another behind his back. The night was dark and the wind was strong. What did they mean by sending someone secretly? Did they want to kill him and steal his wealth? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the rage in his heart. He calmed down and thought of a plan to deal with this. In the end, he turned into a main road in a flash. This main road was the main road of Han River City. Therefore, even though it was late at night, he could still see a few figures on the road. Where is he going? One of the 2 devil-masked men who were following them in the dark sounded a little impatient. We'll know once we follow him. The other masked man was very calm. However, his voice was very old. It was obvious that he was an old man. That's the direction of the 9 Sect Alliance's headquarters. Could this kid be from the 9 Sect Alliances? After following Duan Lingtian for more than half an hour, The masked man with the old voice stopped in his tracks when he saw that Duan Lingtian was still heading to the north of Han River City. Grandpa Shan, the 9-Sect Alliance's headquarters is still quite a distance away from here. Maybe he's just passing by. The other masked man said, let's follow him and have a look. The former hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in the end. He continued to move forward while covering the latter. When he saw that the target had suddenly stopped heading north and turned to the west, the masked man with the old voice heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the other party was from the 9-Sect Alliances. The people from the 9-Sect Alliances were all from 7th-rated forces. It was not a big deal to kill such a person without exposing themselves. Once they were exposed, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the families behind them. I knew it. How could he be related to the 9-Sect Alliances? The other masked man with the young voice said. They're really following me. If I continue to head north to the 9-Sect Alliance's headquarters, they might not dare to follow me. However, the two masked men did not know that their target, Duan Lingtian, had noticed their hesitation. That was why he changed his route at the last minute and headed west. He continued to head west and came to a remote place. This remote place was filled with a fishy smell. It was the place where all kinds of rubbish were piled up in Han River City. Usually, other than the people in charge of cleaning Han River City, very few people would come here. The area that this place occupied was also very vast, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Soon, Duan Lingtian came to the center of this remote place and stopped. At the same time, he turned around. The two masked men who were following behind him immediately hid behind a pile of rubbish. You're quite vigilant. One of the masked men hid in the dark and stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. His eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. Duan Lingtian chuckled and looked at the place where the two masked men were hiding. You've been following me all the way, so isn't it time for the two of you to come out? I wonder what the two of you are trying to do after following me for so long. If Duan Lingtian did not say the two of you, perhaps the two masked men would have thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying them. After all, many people would deliberately say things like I saw you or come out, stop hiding because they were afraid of being followed. In fact, they were not even sure if they were being followed. However, the other party had accurately said the two of you, which was enough to prove that the other party had really noticed them. Me. I didn't expect you to notice us. While the masked man with the old voice was surprised, the other masked man with the younger voice had already walked out of the rubbish. His nose that was hidden under the mask wrinkled. It was obvious that he was not used to the smell here. The devil-masked man with the old voice could only follow him out. However, there was a serious expression in his eyes. He was very confident in his concealment technique. A mere martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage had actually seen through his whereabouts. At that moment, the masked man's eyes narrowed. He extended his spiritual energy and cast the spiritual secret tactic immediately. At that moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a gush of spiritual energy sweeping toward him, intending to pry into his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian snorted softly. However, he could not stop it. He allowed the other party's spiritual energy to attach itself to his body and probe his cultivation base. Although the spiritual secret tactic, Divine Eye, that Huolaro had passed on to him, had a secret tactic that was specifically used to prevent other people's spiritual energy from prying, that secret tactic could only be cast when one's spiritual energy was at the saint stage or above. However, the current him could not cast it yet. Intermediate saint rudiment stage. Chapter 1496. Intermediate saint rudiment stage. The other Gal-masked man with a young voice exclaimed in shock when he heard the old Gal-masked man's words. At the same time, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. However, the sound of his exclamation was completely different from the sound of his voice just now. His earlier voice was intentionally faked, making it sound slightly hoarse. However, he did not pretend to sound hoarse now. Ouyang Qing. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he immediately recognized the young Gal-masked man with a young voice. It was the Ouyang clan's great young master, Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing panicked when he saw Duan Lingtian had recognized him. He pretended to sound hoarse as he said, "What Ouyang Qing? I don't know what you're talking about. The Ouyang clan's great young master is such a coward. How disappointing. In my opinion, an idiot like you doesn't deserve to be the successor of the clan leader of Ouyang clan. Even your sister, Ouyang Ruo, is more suitable than you to be the clan leader of Ouyang clan." Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue and shook his head. His words were filled with undisguised mockery. Meanwhile, the gowl-masked man with a young voice, who was the Ouyang clan's great young master, Ouyang Qing, was enraged. He took a step forward, wanting to shed all pretense of cordiality with Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was really an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he was still no match for his grandfather Shan. His grandfather Shan was the Ouyang clan's second elder. His cultivation base had long entered the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, when Ouyang Qing took a step forward and was about to speak, he was stopped by the gowl-masked man with a hoarse voice. This gowl-masked man was the Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan. "You seem to have some enmity with the Ouyang clan. Unfortunately, we're not from the Ouyang clan." Ouyang Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and said nonchalantly, "With your cultivation base, you must be an elder of the Ouyang clan, am I right? I wonder if you've come here under the orders of the Ouyang clan's clan leader, Ouyang Ba, or are you merely obeying the orders of this cowardly Ouyang clan's first young master, Ouyang Qing?" Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Ouyang Shan to Ouyang Qing. Hearing Duan Lingtian call him a coward, Ouyang Qing naturally couldn't hold it in and was about to explode. However, he was interrupted by Ouyang Shan as soon as he opened his mouth. "Sir, I've already said that we're not from the Ouyang family." There was a hint of impatience in Ouyang Shan's tone. "Not from the Ouyang family?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "If you're not from the Ouyang family, then tell me, who are you?" "Humph. There's no harm in telling you since you're a person who's about to die anyway. The two of us are from the Mountain Shade Black Market, and we're here to take your life." As soon as Ouyang Shan finished speaking, 2 waves of essential qi rose from his body. One of them transformed into a gigantic axe that hovered majestically in the air as though it could split everything in half. The other transformed into a gigantic eagle that spread its wings like clouds that covered the sky, blocking the moonlight and causing the already dark area to become even darker. It was like a bottomless abyss where one could not even see their own fingers if they stretched their hands out. Without warning, the gigantic axe and the gigantic eagle flew out and split into 2 sides, forming a 3-sided encirclement with Ouyang Shan, surrounding Duan Lingtian in the middle. "You're not wrong to die in the place you chose to be buried," Ouyang Shan said indifferently. Ouyang Shan said nonchalantly. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Mountain Shade Black Market. When Duan Lingtian heard Ouyang Shan's words, he was thinking about something else. Naturally, he had heard of the Mountain Shade Black Market before. He even knew that it was a colossus in the 9-sect alliances district. Rumor had it that the Mountain Shade Black Market was a powerful and unique third-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it was different from ordinary third-rate forces. Its tentacles were all over the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. Even in the 9-sect alliances district, a remote place in the Dao Martial Saint Land, its shadow could be seen everywhere. Of course, the Mountain Shade Black Market in the 9-sect alliances district was just a small branch. However, it was precisely this branch that scared the 9 great sects so much that they formed an alliance until today. The 9 great sects announced to the public that the alliance was to defend against the invasion of a 6th-rate force. However, in reality, it was to defend against the Mountain Shade Black Market. To them, the Mountain Shade Black Market was like a ferocious dragon that gave them great pressure. All these years, they were glad that the Mountain Shade Black Market did not seem to have any intention of encroaching on their district. However, the underground world was ruled by the Mountain Shade Black Market. The Mountain Shade Black Market was a very special force. As long as one had the ability, no matter who one was, one could join it. Those who joined the Mountain Shade Black Market would usually be able to amass a huge amount of wealth in a short period of time. Of course, There were also many people who died before they could even amass any wealth after joining the Mountainshade black market. The Mountainshade black market did all kinds of business. As long as one could afford the saint stones and pay the price, there was nothing that the Mountainshade black market could not do. That black-robed man. It's very likely that he's from the Mountainshade black market. After Ouyang Shan's reminder, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that the assassin who killed him earlier was most likely from the Mountainshade black market. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that this was not the time to think about this. Since when did the people from the Mountainshade black market have the habit of announcing their identity and origin when doing business? Duan Lingtian looked at Ouyang Shan and sneered. I've said it before. You're a person who's about to die. It's fine even if I let you know some things. Ouyang Shan said nonchalantly, I'll send you on your way now. Almost as soon as Ouyang Shan's words left his mouth, the gigantic axe suddenly danced in the air. After accumulating strength, it slashed down on Duan Lingtian's head with a force that could split Mount Hua. Buzz, 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 buzz. Wherever the gigantic axe passed, a series of sonic booms resounded in the air. The terrifying force caused the air to be sucked dry. The ferocious light that appeared briefly descended on Duan Lingtian's head. Aerolite strike. In the face of Ouyang Shan's true energy consolidated weapon attack, Duan Lingtian, who had long been prepared, drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the air as though it could pierce through everything. It targeted the gigantic axe that was descending on him. Of course, the speed of the arrow breaking through the air was still much slower than the speed of the axe falling down. However, when the two of them collided, an unexpected scene occurred. The gigantic axe was penetrated and exploded like a flame bomb. It instantly turned into nothingness. Penetration Saint Inscription. Explosive Flame Saint Inscription. At the same time, Ouyang Shan could not help but exclaim. It was obvious that he saw the power of the Saint Inscription in Duan Lingtian's arrow. You have a good eye to recognize the Saint Inscription that I used. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Shan nonchalantly and said. Ouyang Shan's eyes gleamed. He was almost certain that the purple-clad young man before him was definitely from a 7th-rated force. Penetration Saint Inscription? Explosive Flame Saint Inscription? When he heard Ouyang Shan's exclamation and saw that Duan Lingtian had confirmed it, Ouyang Qing was inexplicably excited. He had suspected that Duan Lingtian's saint weapon might have more than one 3-star saint inscription inscribed on it. However, he did not expect his guess to be correct. There was a second 3-star saint inscription on Duan Lingtian's saint weapon. The explosive flame saint inscription was similar to the penetration saint inscription. It was also a 3-star saint inscription. Grandfather Shan, kill him. He already suspects that we're from the Ouyang clan. If we let him live, it'll undoubtedly be a disaster for the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Qing looked at Ouyang Shan and spoke righteously through true energy voice transmission. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Duan Lingtian. As long as Duan Lingtian was dead, everything that belonged to Duan Lingtian would become his grandfather Shan's spoils of war. Naturally, his grandfather Shan would not be stingy with giving those things to him. Ouyang Shan took a deep breath. He knew very well that this was the only path he could take. If you think that you can defeat me with just 2 3-star saint inscriptions, then you're wrong, Ouyang Shan said coldly. His night clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. The gravel under his feet was lifted into the air by the aura that was emitted from his body. It was as though it had been given life and wings at this moment. At the same time, a gust of true energy extended from Ouyang Shan's body and transformed into a gigantic axe again. The true energy consolidated weapon could be consolidated and cast at any time unless one's true energy was exhausted. As long as Duan Lingtian was killed, Ouyang Shan could create another one. Unlike the last time when he only used his gigantic axe to deal with Duan Lingtian, Ouyang Shan did not hold back this time. Not only did the gigantic axe appear, but the gigantic eagle that he consolidated with his true energy consolidated beast technique also flapped its wings and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, he held a saint weapon gigantic axe in his hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Although the saint weapon gigantic axe in his hand did not have any 3-star saint inscriptions, it had 3 2-star saint inscriptions. In order to kill Duan Lingtian, an intermediate saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, to prevent future trouble, he, a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, attacked without holding back. He unleashed his peak strength as though it could crush everything. Die. Die. If you die, everything you have will be mine. In the distance, Ouyang Qing, who was dressed in night clothes and wearing a grimacing mask, was extremely excited when he saw the scene before him. It was as though he could already see the saint weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand that was inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions waving at him. Moreover, the other wealth that Duan Lingtian had as an outstanding young talent from a 7th-rate force would also be his. Duan Lingtian's expression turned extremely solemn when he saw Ouyang Shan attacking with all his might. Aerolite strike. He lifted his arm and shot another arrow, shattering Ouyang Shan's gigantic axe once again. However, he only had the chance to shoot that arrow. This was because the gigantic eagle that Ouyang Shan consolidated with his true energy consolidated beast technique had already swooped down near him. It was so fast that he could not shoot a second arrow at all. Chapter 1497. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a perilous situation. There was a strong enemy in front of him and a pursuer behind him. At this critical moment, many thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. Although my cultivation base has broken through to the intermediate saint rudiment stage, I still feel a lot of pressure when facing a perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator. Moreover, this old man from the Ouyang clan is obviously not an ordinary perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator. After making a breakthrough in his cultivation base, Duan Lingtian's eyes had become sharper. It was easy for him to see that Ouyang Shan was not an ordinary person. Moreover, this old man actually activated the 3 2-star saint inscriptions on his saint weapon. He's determined to kill me. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the reason why Ouyang Shan was determined to kill him. He was worried that if he survived today, it would be detrimental to the Ouyang clan. He believed that when this old man recognized the 2 saint inscriptions on the sun shooting bow in his hand, he had already vaguely confirmed his identity. It was precisely because of this that the old man's attitude had changed. He was determined to kill him. Only when he was dead would the Ouyang clan be safe. You want me to die? You're destined to be disappointed. Today, the person who dies will be you. As for the Ouyang clan, you're destined to pay the price for what you've done. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. His extremely sharp gaze instantly locked onto Ouyang Shan, who had appeared in front of him as he shouted at the same time. His thunderous voice reverberated in Ouyang Shan and Ouyang Qing's ears. Shameless boasting. Ouyang Qing sneered. He thought Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. Did he think that he, a mere intermediate saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, could defeat someone at the perfection saint rudiment stage? Moreover, this person at the perfection saint rudiment stage was a powerhouse who had half a foot in the paramount saint rudiment stage. Young and arrogant, Ouyang Shan sneered. The gigantic axe in his hand tore through the air and swept toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, apart from the raging true energy around the gigantic axe, there were 3 additional strange energies. They were the 3 2-star saint inscriptions on the gigantic saint weapon axe in Ouyang Shan's hand. Whoosh! At the same time, the giant eagle that swooped down was only a foot's distance away from Duan Lingtian. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil that he had been accumulating strength for a long time suddenly activated to its limit. He burned his spiritual energy recklessly. His strange pupil had locked onto the giant eagle that was swooping down from the sky. It was the giant eagle that Ouyang Shan had conjured using his real energy consolidated beast. This giant eagle was condensed from Ouyang Shan's true energy. Even if it faced a mastery saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, it would still be able to crush them. Therefore, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate this enormous eagle. The giant eagle was even more powerful than the gigantic axe that Ouyang Shan condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon. Time was of the essence. Duan Lingtian did not have time to shoot another arrow, and Ouyang Shan did not have time to condense another gigantic axe. Die. Ouyang Shan's eyes narrowed. His eyes were cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. In Ouyang Shan's opinion, he could easily kill Duan Lingtian even without the gigantic axe condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon. The gigantic axe condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon was his weakest technique. Strange pupil. Spatial shift. Just as the giant eagle swooped down toward Duan Lingtian used the most heaven-defying ability of his strange pupil. Perhaps the strange pupil that he activated with his current spiritual energy could not perfectly affect a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, but it could affect a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator's true energy consolidated beast easily. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian made the giant eagle turn around. At the same time, he took a step to the side. In an instant, the giant eagle that turned around charged toward Ouyang Shan, who was attacking Duan Lingtian from the other side without any hesitation. Ouyang Shan did not have time to react to all of this. He did not expect the giant eagle to break free from his control and turn to attack him. At that moment, he did not even have time to think about anything else. With a shake of the gigantic axe in his hand, he blasted the giant eagle into nothingness with ease. The giant eagle was condensed with his true energy after all. With just a thought, the giant eagle's momentum was reduced. Under his attack, it was shattered. Although I don't know what you did to affect my true energy consolidated beast, you won't be able to escape death today even without the true energy consolidated beast. After destroying the giant eagle, Ouyang Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and launched another attack. Lin. Just as Ouyang Shan launched another attack, Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for a long time, raised his hand and shot a Dao talisman at Ouyang Shan. At the same time, he shouted and activated the power in the Dao talisman. Do you think you can threaten me with just this Dao talisman's power? In the face of Duan Lingtian's Dao talisman, Ouyang Shan laughed mockingly. He did not even look at the Dao talisman as he shot the gigantic axe in his hand at Duan Lingtian. As for the Dao talisman's power, he was confident that he could destroy it easily. This attack alone was enough. From the beginning until the end, Ouyang Shan did not expect Duan Lingtian to have a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. This was because in the 9-sect alliances district, only 2 forces had 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Not only that, but they were not spread out. Even in the black market, it was extremely difficult to buy one. These 2 forces were the Profound Talisman sect, one of the 9 major sects, and the Mountainshade black market. Even in the Profound Talisman sect and the Mountainshade black market, it was rare to see a 3-star offensive Dao talisman among the younger generation. He did not think that he would be so unlucky as to encounter such an existence. Die. Die. In the distance, Ouyang Qing's face that was hidden under the grimacing mask was filled with excitement. It was as though he could already see all of Duan Lingtian's wealth falling into his hands after his death. Boom. However, as the earth-shattering loud bang reverberated, Ouyang Qing's face that was hidden under the grimacing mask completely froze. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes. What exactly had happened to make Ouyang Qing so fearful? As the Dao talisman exploded, the void in the distance seemed to distort slightly at this moment. The rolling shockwave continued to blast out a vast airwave that swept in all directions and wreaked havoc in all directions. As for Ouyang Shan, who happened to be within the range of the Dao talisman's energy, apart from the saint weapon in his hand that was blasted away, his entire body was torn into pieces. He did not even have the time to scream. The pieces of flesh that filled the sky were once again attacked by the airwave that seemed to be able to distort space. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. All that was left was a single storage ring that had fallen onto the ground. Ouyang Shan was dead. He was killed before he could even react. A mere perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator dares to ignore a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. It seems like the people from the Ouyang clan are all the same. They're so arrogant that they think the heavens are the most important and they're second. Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue as he looked at Ouyang Qing in the distance meaningfully. Apart from the last accident, Everything that happened earlier was within his plan. First, he shot an arrow with all his might to shatter Ouyang Shan's true energy consolidated weapon. Then, he used his strange pupil's ability to change the direction of the true energy consolidated beast's attack. Finally, he killed Ouyang Shan with the 3-star offensive Dao Talisman. Any one of the 3-star offensive Dao Talismans could unleash a full-force attack that was comparable to a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse once it was activated. Even if Ouyang Shan was one of the best among the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators who had half a foot in the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he was not a true Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse after all. It was impossible for him to block a full-force attack from a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the last accident was Ouyang Shan being killed directly. In his plan, Ouyang Shan might have survived if he blocked the Dao Talisman's energy with all his might. However, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured and become a fish on his chopping board. To his surprise, Ouyang Shan actually ignored the 3-star offensive Dao Talisman that he threw out and was killed directly in the end. Grandpa Shan, Ouyang Qing stared blankly at the ground that was dyed red by the bloody mist. He was completely stunned. His Grandpa Shan, who was like an invincible god of war in his eyes, died just like that. A 3-star offensive Dao Talisman, a 3-star offensive Dao Talisman. Who is he? How can he have a 3-star offensive Dao Talisman? At this moment, no matter how stupid Ouyang Qing was, he realized that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Moreover, this iron plate was so hard that even the entire Ouyang clan behind him might not dare to kick it. Ouyang Qing's heart trembled. After inhaling a breath of cold air, he quickly regained his senses. He knew very well that he would not be able to escape death if he continued to stay here. With that thought in mind, Ouyang Qing wanted to escape. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard a cold voice coming from behind him. Ouyang Qing, if you don't want to die, you'd better stay there obediently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Qing's face that was covered by the grimace mask froze again. He did not dare to move anymore and stood there obediently. Why you really not going to kill me? Ouyang Qing asked in a trembling voice. He no longer pretended to be hoarse because he knew there was no point in pretending now. Duan Lingtian had already taken control of the situation before him. Now, it was Duan Lingtian who was in charge. Why? Are you doubting my words? Duan Lingtian sneered. No. Ouyang Qing did not know why, but when he heard Duan Lingtian's sneer, he recalled the scene where Ouyang Shan was blasted into a bloody mist by the 3-star offensive Dao Talisman. His heart trembled for no reason as boundless fear rose in him. With a lift of his hand, Duan Lingtian put away Ouyang Shan's saint weapon, gigantic axe, and spatial ring before walking toward Ouyang Qing. Take off your mask and remove the ownership of the spatial ring on your hand. Give it to me. Don't play any tricks. Otherwise, that old man from before will be your example. Chapter 1498. I won't. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's threat, Ouyang Qing quickly shook his head. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. Right now, he looked like a frightened bird. Ouyang Qing's pale face was revealed after he took off the ghost mask. His eyes were filled with fear and it did not fade away for a long time. I'll give it to you. After removing the ownership of the spatial ring in his hand, Ouyang Qing handed it over to Duan Lingtian obediently. He was very cooperative. Of course, behind this cooperation, his heart was also bleeding. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. However, he did not expect that in the end, it was Duan Lingtian who took away his spatial ring. He could not reject it at all. Or rather, he did not dare to reject it. When he thought about how his grandfather Shan, the dignified second elder of the Ouyang clan, died in Duan Lingtian's hands, Ouyang Qing did not have any thoughts of resisting. Let's go. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and grabbed Ouyang Qing's arm like an iron clamp. He carried him away from the garbage dump and returned to the place where they turned earlier. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian brought Ouyang Qing all the way to the north. Why you from the 9 sect alliances? Seeing that Duan Lingtian was bringing him closer to the Nine-Sect Alliance's headquarters, Ouyang Qing's voice began to tremble slightly due to fear. "Weren't you quite unyielding when I went to the Ouyang clan today? Why are you so cowardly now? I'm really not used to it." Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing indifferently and said. His words made Ouyang Qing's face and ears turn red, but he was speechless. After a while, he asked in a trembling voice, "What are you trying to do? What are you going to do to me? You said that you won't kill me. You can't go back on your words." Ouyang Qing was completely flustered. When he found out that Duan Lingtian had used a 3-star offensive Dao talisman to kill Ouyang Shan, he realized that the Duan Lingtian must have a frightening background. However, that was only his own guess after all. It might not be true. Perhaps the Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a treasure left behind by an expert. Perhaps the 3-star Dao talisman came from that treasure. However, now that he realized that Duan Lingtian might really be a member of the Nine-Sect Alliances, the last bit of hope in his heart had completely vanished. He knew clearly in his heart that if Duan Lingtian was a member of the Nine-Sect Alliances, even if he killed him, the Ouyang clan behind him would not dare to say a word. Duan Lingtian could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. There was no need for him to fear anything. Realizing that his life was in Duan Lingtian's hands, Ouyang Qing was scared, really scared. "I said that I won't kill you, so naturally, I won't kill you." Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing in disgust as he thought to himself, "If it was not for the fact that this guy still has some value, I would not have spared his life at all." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had guessed that Duan Lingtian might want to use him for something, he did not think too much about it. To him, it was fine as long as he could survive. As long as he did not die, he would do anything. This was because once a person died, there would be nothing left. He would completely disappear from this world and vanish into thin air. The Nine-Sect Alliance's regional headquarters occupied a large area in the north of Han River City. This area was divided into 9 small areas. They were the strongholds of the 9 major sects in the Nine-Sect Alliance's regional headquarters in Han River City. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Nine-Sect Alliance's headquarters, Duan Lingtian was stopped. "Who are you? Why have you come to our Nine-Sect Alliance's headquarters so late at night?" The entrance of the Nine-Sect Alliance's headquarters was brightly lit. There were 9 people standing on both sides of the entrance, making a total of 18 people. Right now, one of them was looking at Duan Lingtian and asking with a frown, "I'm a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect." Duan Lingtian replied. Since he had come to the Nine-Sect Alliance's headquarters, of course, he would have to report his identity. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter at all. Moon Illumination sect. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Qing, who was being lifted up by him, narrowed his eyes as shock filled his face. Now, he finally knew Duan Lingtian's identity. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was from the Moon Illumination sect. However, it was a little too late for him to find out now. "You're from the Moon Illumination sect?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man who questioned Duan Lingtian with a frown relaxed his brows. At the same time, he looked at the other 2 people among the 18 people. "Liu Hai, Liu Yu, since he claims to be from your Moon Illumination sect, I'll let you verify his identity." The 2 people who were called Liu Hai and Liu Yu, one of them looked young while the other looked middle-aged. Both of them nodded their heads and walked up to Duan Lingtian at the same time. "You said you're a disciple of our Moon Illumination sect. Do you have the sect's token?" Liu Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked courteously. Although Duan Lingtian looked very young, Liu Yu, who had been wandering outside for many years, could tell that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary bearing. Even if he was a Moon Illumination sect's disciple, he should not be an ordinary Moon Illumination sect's disciple. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded his head. At the same time, he took out a token and passed it to Liu Yu. It was the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple identity token. There's no mistake about the token. "But, you're an outer court disciple?" Liu Yu asked in surprise as he returned the token to Duan Lingtian after verifying the token. Duan Lingtian greets senior brother Liu Yu and senior brother Liu Hai. Duan Lingtian casually tossed Ouyang Qing aside as though he was throwing away trash. He cupped his hands slightly and greeted Liu Yu and Liu Hai. Judging from the identity tokens on both of their waists, one could tell they were inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect. However, the moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, Liu Yu and Liu Hai were dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian? Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple? At this moment, the other 16 people's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison as though there was something about Duan Lingtian that attracted them. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was stunned as well. Why you re Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Ouyang Qing, who was casually tossed aside by Duan Lingtian, also looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian. You know me too. Upon hearing Ouyang Qing's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Was he really that famous? Junior brother Duan, don't you know that your name has almost spread throughout the entire 9-sect alliances district? At this moment, Liu Yu finally regained his senses. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question to Ouyang Qing, he could not help but smile wryly. Almost spread throughout the entire 9-sect alliances district? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ever since you killed Feng Fan, who was ranked 99th on the Earth ranking, and replaced him not long after you entered the sect, your name has begun to spread throughout the 9-sect alliances district. Liu Yu sighed emotionally. Later on, you defeated He Zhong, who was ranked 66th on the Earth ranking and directly entered the 66th place on the Earth ranking, stunning the entire 9-sect alliances district. Currently, in the 9-sect alliances district, as long as it's not too remote, as long as it's not too uninformed, there's almost no one who hasn't heard of you. Liu Yu continued. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. After all was said and done, it turned out that it was all related to the Earth ranking. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. As far as he knew, the Earth ranking was the ranking of the entire 9-sect alliances district. It gathered the most outstanding powerhouses at the peak of the mortal shedding stage in the 9-sect alliances district. Since it was related to the Earth ranking, it was not strange that news about him had spread throughout the entire 9-sect alliances district. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not know about it because he did not think about it. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly become a household name in the 9-sect alliances district. Although those who were ranked on the Earth ranking were only martial or Dao cultivators at the mortal shedding stage, all of them were at the peak of the mortal shedding stage without exception. Most importantly, junior brother Duan, you're only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. A perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator entering the 66th place on the Earth ranking is something that has never happened before in the history of the Earth ranking. At this moment, Liu Hai sighed emotionally. His Duan Lingtian? He looks really young. I heard that he's only 35 years old. 35 years old, and he managed to enter the 66th place on the Earth ranking. His strength and innate talent are indeed shocking. I heard that he's only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. I don't think it's possible, right? I think it's impossible as well. It's most likely a gimmick that those guys from the Moon Illumination sect came up with on purpose to attract attention. The other 16 middle-aged men and young men who were guarding the entrance of the 9-sect alliance's headquarters discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they did not believe that Duan Lingtian could enter the 66th place on the Earth ranking with his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage. I heard that this Duan Lingtian has even been accepted as a disciple by Elder by Li Hong of the Moon Illumination sect on behalf of his master. This is the most shocking thing. This news must be true since it was spread by the Moon Illumination sect. That's right. Who would dare to spread fake news when it concerns Elder by Li Hong? Putting everything else aside, just based on this alone, we can't offend this Duan Lingtian. Offending him is equivalent to offending Elder by Li Hong. When the 16 of them reached this point, dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. As for Ouyang Qing, who was thrown to the ground by Duan Lingtian, he was dumbfounded when he found out that the person he was plotting against was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse who was ranked 66th on the Earth ranking. He was one of the best in the Moon Illumination sect's outer court. It would be fine if this was all. What really terrified him was Duan Lingtian's identity. Duan Lingtian was the junior brother of Bai Li Hong, the 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. There were only a few 3-star saint inscription masters in the entire 9-sect alliances district. No wonder there are so many 3-star saint inscriptions on his saint weapon. As Bai Li Hong's junior brother, it's only natural that he doesn't lack 3-star saint inscriptions. At this moment, Ouyang Qing finally understood many things. However, it was already too late when he finally figured it out. Junior brother Duan, who's this? Chapter 1499. Hey, isn't this the Ouyang clan's eldest young master, Ouyang Qing? Right at that moment, one of the 16 people recognized Ouyang Qing. The Ouyang clan's eldest young master? At once, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes landed on Ouyang Qing, causing him to become the center of attention. If it was in the past when he had a glamorous identity, Ouyang Qing would definitely be proud of himself for being noticed by the people from the 9-sect alliances. However, at this moment, he was like a stray dog with his head lowered, wishing he could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. The Ouyang clan's eldest young master? Although Liu Yu and Liu Hai were surprised when they heard that the person sitting on the ground in a daze was the Ouyang clan's eldest young master, they were not too shocked. As people from a 7th-rate sect, it was only natural that they would not take someone from an 8th-rate clan seriously. Junior brother Duan, Yu and him, however, the two of them were still curious about the matter between Duan Lingtian and the Ouyang clan's eldest young master. This was because they had noticed that the Ouyang clan's eldest young master was carried by Duan Lingtian with just one hand. It was obvious that the two of them were not friends. Right now, the two of them were looking at Ouyang Qing with hostility in their eyes. Unless there was an unresolvable conflict between the Moon Illumination sect's disciples, they would always be united against outsiders. For this reason, after realizing that Ouyang Qing might have offended Duan Lingtian, both Liu Yu and Liu Hai were filled with hostility toward him. Sensing the hostility in their eyes, Ouyang Qing was so frightened that his body began to tremble even more violently. The matter between me and him can't be explained in just a few sentences. Senior brothers, the reason I came to the 9-sect alliance's headquarters so late at night is to look for Elder Hui. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing nonchalantly. When he looked at Liu Yu and Liu Hai again, his face was filled with friendliness. It was as though he was a completely different person compared to when he looked at Ouyang Qing. So, junior brother Duan is here to look for Elder Hui. I'll bring you in now. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu quickly said. Elder Hui was one of the people in charge arranged by the Moon Illumination sect at the 9-sect alliance's headquarters. Among the 3 Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials who were stationed at the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, he could be considered as the second in command. Apart from that, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect knew that as a 2-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect, Elder Hui was very close to Bai Li Hong, the 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. He even claimed that Bai Li Hong was like a brother to him. Therefore, in Liu Yu's opinion, even if Elder Hui was resting or cultivating, he would not reject Duan Lingtian's visit. After all, Duan Lingtian was Elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother. Thank you, senior brother Liu Yu. Duan Lingtian hastily expressed his gratitude. With a raise of his hand, he grabbed Ouyang Qing and followed Liu Yu into the 9-sect alliance's headquarters. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian politely said goodbye to Liu Hai. With junior brother Duan Lingtian's current identity and status, it's really rare for him to be so polite to an ordinary inner court disciple like me. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing silhouette, Liu Hai's eyes were filled with excitement. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man in front of him was destined to soar into the sky as long as he did not die prematurely. If he stayed in the Moon Illumination sect in the future, he would most likely be the next sect leader. How could he not be excited when such a person was so polite to him? Looks like the Ouyang clan's great young master is going to be in trouble. Who could he have offended, yet he dared to offend Duan Lingtian? At the entrance of the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, many people sighed. That's right. Let alone the Ouyang clan's great young master, even the clan leader of the Ouyang clan wouldn't dare to offend Duan Lingtian even if he had 100 guts. Many people nodded in agreement. However, that Ouyang clan's great young master should have heard of Duan Lingtian before. But why would he dare to offend Duan Lingtian? You don't know about this, right? You speak as if you know about it. Although I don't know about it, I saw it earlier. When Duan Lingtian announced his name, the Ouyang clan's great young master immediately panicked. It's obvious that he didn't know about Duan Lingtian's identity beforehand. You even noticed this. Your zodiac sign is an eagle, right? Your eyes are so sharp. If that's really the case, then Duan Lingtian must be pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Looks like the Ouyang clan has kicked an iron plate this time and is going to be in big trouble. Apart from Liu Hai, the other 16 people looked at each other and saw pity in each other's eyes. It was pity for the Ouyang clan. Humph. Junior brother Duan is such a good-tempered person. If it wasn't for that Ouyang clan's great young master who offended him, it's impossible for him to make such a big fuss. Although Liu Hai had not spent much time with Duan Lingtian, he could see that Duan Lingtian was definitely not the kind of rich playboy who would be arrogant just because he had some confidence. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian carried Ouyang Qing and followed Liu Yu to the Moon Illumination Sect's base in the 9-Sect Alliance's headquarters. The Moon Illumination Sect's base in the 9-Sect Alliance's district was a mansion that occupied a vast area. Although it was not as big as the Ouyang clan's mansion, it was not much smaller. Senior brother Liu Yu, are those people on duty with you and senior brother Liu Hai from the other 8 great sects? On the way, Duan Lingtian recalled the other 16 people he saw at the entrance of the 9-Sect Alliance's headquarters and asked curiously. That's right. Liu Yu nodded. There's a total of 18 people on duty at the entrance of the Alliance's headquarters, including Liu Hai and I. 2 people from each of the 9 great sects are on duty, and it just so happens that it's Liu Hai and my turn to be on duty these few days. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was almost the same as what he had guessed previously. There was not much difference. Now that you've appeared in front of the people from the other 8 great sects, I'm afraid the entire Han River City will know that you've come to Han River City after tomorrow. By then, you must be mentally prepared. Liu Yu suddenly seemed to have recalled something and reminded him. Mentally prepared? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What kind of preparation? Of course, it's preparation to deal with those mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators who want to replace you and become the 66th person on the Earth rankings. Liu Yu said, it's still alright when you killed Feng Fan and replaced him as the 99th person on the Earth rankings. After all, that was a death duel. It's impossible for Feng Fan to let you win. However, many people suspect that He Zhong let you win on purpose during the battle later. When Liu Yu reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian and secretly sighed in relief when he realized that he was not angry. Let me win on purpose. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he smiled. Just because both He Zhong and I are Moon Illumination Sect's disciples? Is that why He Zhong let me win? That's not the only reason. Liu Yu shook his head and said, right now, many people are spreading rumors that He Zhong lost to you on purpose because he was afraid of Elder by Li Hong's pressure and willingly became your stepping stone. Moreover, very few people believe that you're only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Their imaginations are really good. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as if he did not care about those people's opinions at all. What a joke. Currently, he had already broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Let alone the challenges from those mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators who wanted to replace him, he could even easily crush the strongest person on the Earth ranking. No matter how powerful the Earth ranking's powerhouses were, they could only defeat early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. Their strength was on par with intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. However, Duan Lingtian's current strength could crush mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Even if he faced an ordinary perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, he might still be able to fight them. Naturally, if he faced a perfection Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse like Ouyang Shan who had 1 foot in the paramount mortal shedding stage, he would still be no match for him if he did not use a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Of course, all of this was only temporary. Once Duan Lingtian broke through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and mastered the True Energy Consolidated Weapon Technique, or cultivated the Saint Grade Martial Tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to its peak, he might be able to defeat Ouyang Shan. He might not necessarily be unable to fight a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse like Ouyang Shan in a fair and square battle. Junior brother Duan, I admire you more and more now. Liu Yu exclaimed, if I were in your shoes and heard these rumors, I definitely wouldn't be as calm as you are. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, but he did not explain. He had experienced 2 lifetimes, so he was already indifferent to rumors. Naturally, he would not care about them. Moreover, he did not feel guilty. I'd like to see how many ignorant people are going to challenge me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. If Liu Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was already at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, and if he knew what was going on in Duan Lingtian's mind, he would definitely mourn for the mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators who came to challenge Duan Lingtian after hearing that Duan Lingtian was in Han River City. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qing, who was being held in Duan Lingtian's hand, was in shock. He was hoping that Duan Lingtian would not go back on his words and kill him. His only thought now was that he hoped that he could survive. When Liu Yu brought Duan Lingtian to the courtyard where Elder Hui lived, it was just as Liu Yu had expected. After hearing that Duan Lingtian had come, Elder Hui immediately rushed out personally and welcomed him in. Ha ha! Junior brother Duan, I finally get to meet you. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't leave recently, I would have returned to the sect to see you, the genius who's recognized as junior brother by senior brother by Li. When Elder Hui welcomed Duan Lingtian into the courtyard, he laughed out loud and said with incomparable enthusiasm. Elder Hui's full name was Dong Hui. He was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He looked kind and amiable. Liu Yu, who followed Duan Lingtian in, was already dumbfounded. Was this amiable old man in front of him really Elder Hui? One must know that although Elder Hui was not bad-tempered in the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, he was still very cold and did not interact much with other people. Chapter 1500. At this moment, Liu Yu finally realized that the rumors were true. The relationship between Elder Hui and Elder Bai Li was indeed not ordinary. Elder Hui, I'll take my leave first. Since he had brought Duan Lingtian in, Liu Yu naturally took his leave tactfully. All right. Dong Hui merely nodded his head nonchalantly in the face of Liu Yu. Liu Yu then bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Thank you for leading the way, senior brother Liu Yu. After thanking him, Duan Lingtian watched Liu Yu leave before he looked at Dong Hui and cupped his hands together. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Hui. Why? Are you not happy that I called you junior brother? Do you think I'm not worthy to be your senior brother? Dong Hui asked with a straight face when he heard Duan Lingtian greeting him. Senior brother Hui. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Although he could see that Dong Hui was purposely putting on a straight face, he could only go along with it. At the same time, he also realized that the relationship between Dong Hui and his senior brother was much closer than he had imagined. That's right. A bright smile appeared on Dong Hui's face when he heard Duan Lingtian changing the way he addressed him. He is. Soon after, Dong Hui's gaze shifted to Ouyang Qing, who had been thrown aside by Duan Lingtian earlier. He could faintly guess that this fellow must have something to do with Duan Lingtian coming to look for him. His Ouyang clan's eldest young master, Ouyang Qing. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Qing nonchalantly and said, Ouyang clan? The Ouyang clan in the east city of Han River City? Dong Hui raised his brow and asked. Yes, it's that Ouyang clan. Duan Lingtian nodded. Why? Did he offend you, junior brother Duan? Dong Hui asked. It's fine if he only offended me. The problem is, he joined forces with a perfection Saint Rudiment stage elder from the Ouyang clan to kill me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed fiercely. What? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Dong Hui's expression changed. When he looked at Ouyang Qing again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. In his heart, he had long regarded Bai Li Hong as his teacher in the Saint Inscription Dao. When he found out that Bai Li Hong had acknowledged a young man as his junior brother, although he had yet to meet the young man, he still treated the young man as his junior brother. He had imagined many situations when he would meet this junior brother of his, but never would he have thought that when they really met, it would be in such a situation. If something happened to Duan Lingtian in Han River City, how could he face senior brother Bai Li Hong? Therefore, Dong Hui was enraged, thoroughly enraged. Sensing Dong Hui's killing intent, Ouyang Qing's body trembled in fear. Terrified to the extreme, he said to Duan Lingtian in a panic, "Duan Lingtian, you said you wouldn't kill me. You said you wouldn't kill me. You can't go back on your words." When Dong Hui heard Ouyang Qing's words, he could not help but frown as he looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. He could not figure it out. Why was Duan Lingtian so lenient to someone who wanted to kill him? "What I said is final. Why are you panicking?" Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, scaring Ouyang Qing so much that he immediately shut his mouth. "However, there's a condition when I said I wouldn't kill you. The condition is that you'll cooperate with me obediently and won't play any tricks." Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, "I'll definitely cooperate with you. I won't play any tricks." Ouyang Qing quickly said as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would regret it if he was too slow. "Speak. Who's the old man who came with you to kill me? With his ability, he must be an elder of the Ouyang clan." "I'm sure of that," Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Ouyang Qing. "His name is Ouyang Shan, and he's the second elder of our Ouyang clan." Ouyang Qing did not dare to hesitate and immediately said, "Did he come under your father's orders or was he instigated by you?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "It wasn't my father's orders." Ouyang Qing shook his head. "Then, you're the one who instigated him?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as a cold gleam flashed across his eyes. No. Ouyang Qing was so frightened that he immediately shook his head when he saw the cold gleam that flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. "I didn't instigate him. I didn't instigate him. It's him. He heard about you and knew that you have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions. He wanted to kill you and steal your treasure." Ouyang Qing pushed all the blame onto Ouyang Shan, who was already dead. If Ouyang Shan, who was on the Yellow Springs path, heard Ouyang Qing's words, who knew if he would be so infuriated that he would vomit 3 liters of blood or be so infuriated that he would remain silent. He might even regret agreeing to Ouyang Qing's request to attack Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not believe Ouyang Qing's words. However, all of this was not important to him anymore. "Your Ouyang clan is really bold." Dong Hui, who was standing at the side, was enraged when he heard Ouyang Qing's words. "How dare you think of killing our Moon Illumination sect's disciple? It seems like your Ouyang clan has been living a peaceful life for too long. Do you really think that Han River City will be turned upside down without your Ouyang clan? Junior brother Duan, you promised not to kill him, but as your senior brother, I didn't. In my opinion, since he's from the Ouyang clan, and the Ouyang clan dares to offend our Moon Illumination sect, there's no need to keep him alive." Although Dong Hui wanted to kill Ouyang Qing with a slap, he respected Duan Lingtian and did not attack him directly. "No. You can't kill me." Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Ouyang Qing panicked. That was right. Duan Lingtian said that he would not kill him, but he did not say that others would not kill him as well. "Duan Lingtian, you promised not to kill me. Naturally, you can't watch others kill me. This has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. It's all because of Ouyang Shan. Yes, it's Ouyang Shan. He was the one who coveted your saint artifact. He wanted to kill you and seize your saint artifact." Ouyang Qing's face was pale as he tried his best to defend himself. After glancing at Ouyang Qing with disgust, Duan Lingtian did not look at him anymore. Instead, he looked at Dong Hui. "Senior brother Hui, it doesn't matter to me whether he lives or not. However, I'd like to ask you one thing, senior brother Hui. Can I uproot the entire Ouyang clan just because of this?" Duan Lingtian asked seriously when he reached the end of his sentence. Dong Hui fell silent when he heard that. After a while, he shook his head. "I'm afraid you can't do that. Even if the sect is willing to help you, The most you can do is to make the people who are related to this pay a price. It's impossible to destroy the Ouyang clan. After all, the Ouyang clan is one of the best among the 8th-rate clans in Han River City. They have a partnership with the 9-sect alliances as well. Destroying the Ouyang clan will definitely cause the other 8 great sects to suffer a great loss. They won't agree to it. Dong Hui said. I guessed it would be the same as well. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, so, I don't plan to take his life. I plan to use him and this matter to make a deal with the Ouyang clan. Duan Lingtian emphasized the word deal. Dong Hui was stunned. After a while, he realized what Duan Lingtian meant by deal. There was no doubt that he wanted to extort a sum from the Ouyang clan. That's easy to handle. Dong Hui nodded and said apologetically, Junior brother Duan, I'm really sorry that I couldn't avenge you. In his opinion, he would not be able to answer to Duan Lingtian if he could not destroy the Ouyang clan. He would not be able to answer to Bai Li Hong who was behind Duan Lingtian. Therefore, his heart was filled with apologies. Senior brother Hui, how can you say that you didn't avenge me? I'll have to leave the negotiation with the Ouyang clan to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Don't worry, junior brother Duan. I'll definitely handle this matter properly. Dong Hui said solemnly. The next morning, in the Ouyang clan's mansion, the clan leader, Ouyang Ba, was furious. What? You didn't find that unfilial son? Ouyang Ba looked at Ouyang Ji and asked solemnly, did you hide him for the sake of the second elder? Clan leader, I wouldn't dare to go against you even if I had 10 more guts. Ouyang Ji was shocked when he heard Ouyang Ba's words. He smiled bitterly. Ouyang Ba's expression softened when he heard that. He was only testing Ouyang Ji earlier. He was not worried about this steward because Ouyang Ji had never disobeyed his orders. Father, what do we do now? Are we still going? Ouyang Ruo, who was beside Ouyang Ba, asked. Yes. Of course we're going. Ouyang Ba gritted his teeth and said, that unfilial son, I'll skin him alive when I see him later. Just as Ouyang Ba was about to bring Ouyang Ruo and the big gift he had prepared to the inn where Duan Lingtian was staying to apologize to Duan Lingtian, an anxious and panicked voice came from afar. Clan leader, this is bad. This is bad. The person who came was one of the Ouyang clan's guards. To be more precise, it was the Ouyang clan's guard at the entrance. What's the matter? Why are you so anxious? Ouyang Ba was already in a fit of anger. When the guard made such a fuss, it was like adding oil to the fire. His tone was not pleasant at all. Clan leader, it's the first young master. The first young master is. The guard's body trembled. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ouyang Ba again. What did you say? That unfilial son? You have news about that unfilial son? Where is he? As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Ba appeared in front of the guard like a gust of wind and asked with a solemn face. The Ouyang clan's guard felt like he was suffocating when he saw the clan leader who was usually high and mighty appearing in front of him so close to him. Ouyang Ba's imperious aura gave him a great pressure. Clan leader, I think it's better to let him speak properly. At this moment, Ouyang Ji stepped forward and spoke to Ouyang Ba. He then asked the guard to take a few steps back. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't panic. Yes, yes. Chapter 1501. The words of the family guard who had barged in rashly shocked Ouyang Ba, Ouyang Ji, and Ouyang Nuo. The 9-sect alliance's headquarters. Detained Ouyang Qing. Brother, what have you done? How did you offend the 9-sect alliances? Ouyang Ruo's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, she stole a glance at Ouyang Ba, only to realize that her father was also shocked and had not recovered from his shock for a long time. Are you sure he's from the 9-sect alliances? Ouyang Ji secretly gasped and asked the family guard in front of him in a deep voice. That's what he said. The family guard replied. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ji vaguely realized that this matter must be true. In the 9-sect alliance's territory, nobody dared to pretend to be from the 9-sect alliance's territory. Moreover, they did it in the Ouyang clan. Clan leader, taking a deep breath, Ouyang Ji looked at Ouyang Ba. He could understand Ouyang Ba's current feelings. B****. Finally, Ouyang Ba regained his senses. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. He had never thought that his son would offend a young genius who was suspected to be from a 7th-rated force, and now, he had offended the 9-sect alliances. The 9-sect alliances was an alliance formed by the 9 great 7th-rated forces. Moreover, their Ouyang clan's businesses in Han River City were almost entirely dependent on the 9-sect alliances. As long as the 9-sect alliances gave an order, their Ouyang clan would be removed from the Han River City's business world immediately. Without any hesitation, Ouyang Ba did not even have the time to greet the others. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was and went directly to the 9-sect alliances. At this moment, he had also forgotten about Duan Lingtian. To him, the 9-sect alliance's matter was the most important matter at the moment. This time, even if the eldest young master comes back, I'm afraid he won't have a good time. Ouyang Ji sighed. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ruo's eyes were filled with worry. She was worried about her brother, Ouyang Qing. On the way to the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, Ouyang Ba had thought of many scenarios when he arrived at the 9-sect alliance's headquarters. He was already prepared to clean up his useless son's mess. However, when he learned about the trouble his son had caused, he almost fainted. Elder Hui, is there a misunderstanding? With my understanding of that unfilial son of mine, even if he was given 100 guts, it's not very likely that he would have any devious thoughts towards that genius disciple of your esteemed sect. When Ouyang Ba heard from Dong Hui that his son had gotten into trouble, his first reaction was disbelief. Although his son was a spoiled brat, he was not a brainless idiot. Of this, he was very sure. What? Does Ouyang family head think that I am slandering your son? Dong Hui asked calmly. I don't dare. Although he had this thought in his mind, Ouyang Ba naturally did not dare to say it out loud. I just think it's quite impossible. Although my unfilial son is mischievous, he would never dare to provoke that genius disciple of your esteemed sect, Duan Lingtian. Ouyang family head, it seems that you have really underestimated your son. Dong Hui took a deep look at Ouyang Ba before speaking to the inner room. Junior brother Duan, bring him out for a face-to-face confrontation. Let the Ouyang clan's clan leader know that the people from our Moon Illumination sect won't stoop to slandering the Ouyang clan. When Dong Hui spoke, Ouyang Ba also looked in the direction of the inner room. When he saw the figure walking out of the inner room, he was completely dumbfounded. Be little brother Duan? This was because he knew the purple-clad young man in front of him. They had just met yesterday, and he was even planning to apologize to him at the inn he was staying at this morning. However, since his son had offended the people from the 9-sect alliances, he could only come over to clean up his son's mess. When he heard that his son actually wanted to kill Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect, he was even more terrified. At that moment, his heart felt as though it was about to jump out of his chest. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he was no stranger to this name. He was an outstanding outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect who was ranked 66th on the Earth rankings. Apart from that, he was also the junior brother acknowledged by Elder Bai Li Hong of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong was a well-known figure in the 9-sect alliances district. He was one of the only 2 3-star Saint inscription masters in the 9-sect alliances district. His position was so special that even the sect leaders of the 9 great 7th-rate sects had to treat him with respect. He was a figure that even he had to look up to. If such a figure acknowledged a junior brother, even he would have to be humble if he met him. Yet, his son actually wanted to kill him? He could not believe it. Humph. Who do you think my junior brother Duan is? How dare you call him your brother? Dong Hui snorted coldly. Immediately, Ouyang Ba changed his words. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of respect in his eyes. The clan leader of the Ouyang clan in Han River City, Ouyang Ba, greets young Master Duan. I was unaware of young Master Duan's identity yesterday and neglected you. Please forgive me, young Master Duan. At this moment, Ouyang Ba's heart was in turmoil. It had never crossed his mind that the young genius who was suspected to be from a seventh-rate force who had saved his daughter in the Juku mountain range was actually Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect, the monstrous genius who had become famous in the entire Nine-Sect Alliances district in recent months. At this moment, he was already scolding his daughter for being stupid in his heart. If it was not for the fact that she had offended Duan Lingtian in the Juku mountain range, their Ouyang clan might have been able to establish a connection with Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent and by Li Hong's support, it was not impossible for him to become the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect in the future. Clan leader Ouyang, you look good. Looks like you must have had a good sleep last night. Duan Lingtian casually tossed Ouyang Qing to the ground as if he was throwing away trash. He looked at Ouyang Ba and said calmly. At this moment, not only was Duan Lingtian's tone calm, but his face was also calm. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. Ouyang Qing had just been carried out by Duan Lingtian. When he saw Ouyang Ba, he had already called out to him through true energy voice transmission, "Father, save me. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Father, I'm your only son. You can't give up on me." However, in the face of his call for help, Ouyang Ba only glared at him fiercely and ignored him. From the beginning until the end, Ouyang Ba's attention had been on Duan Lingtian. This was because he knew that Duan Lingtian was the key to this matter. Only by calming down Duan Lingtian's rage would there be a way to resolve this matter. At this moment, he already believed that his son wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he also knew that his son had done such a stupid thing because he did not know Duan Lingtian's background. After all, before this, they only knew that the purple-clad young man in front of them had the surname Duan. They did not know that he was the Duan Lingtian who had been spreading like wildfire in the Nine-Sect Alliances district recently. He believed that if Duan Lingtian had told him who he was yesterday, his son would definitely not have gotten into a conflict with him. At this moment, he could not help but resent Duan Lingtian in his heart. Was he not pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Of course, although he resented him in his heart, he did not dare to voice it out. "It's all right." When he heard Duan Lingtian say that he slept well last night, Ouyang Ba responded by instinct. "Clan leader Ouyang, you slept well, but I didn't sleep at all last night. All of this is thanks to your Ouyang clan's eldest young master and second elder." Duan Lingtian glanced at Ouyang Ba indifferently and said, "Second elder?" When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Ba's expression changed drastically. He glared at Ouyang Qing immediately. "Unfilial son, you actually dragged the second elder into this matter as well?" At this moment, Ouyang Ba finally realized that things were more complicated than he had imagined. If it was only his son, with his son's ability, he might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian even if he wanted to. However, now that the matter was related to their Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. "Father, I only told Ouyang Shan about Duan Ling. Young Master Duan, who knew that he actually coveted the saint weapon inscribed with the 3-star saint inscription in young Master Duan's hand and wanted to kill young Master Duan. Now, when Ouyang Qing mentioned Duan Lingtian, he cleverly changed the way he addressed him. As for his grandfather Shan, he was also calling him by his name. Fortunately, young Master Duan is blessed by God and has the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Otherwise, he would have definitely died in Ouyang Shan's hands," Ouyang Ba said to Ouyang Ba. Ouyang Qing said to Ouyang Ba. Anger was written all over his face as though he was really worried about Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Ouyang Ba knew about his son's background. He would not believe what Ouyang Qing said even if he was beaten to death. This was because their Ouyang clan's second elder was definitely not someone who would take such a risk. Although Duan Lingtian did not reveal his identity earlier, they were almost certain that he was from a 7th-rated force. As it turned out, their guess was right. Duan Lingtian was indeed from a 7th-rated force. Moreover, his position in that 7th-rated force was extraordinary. Naturally, under such circumstances, Ouyang Ba would not deny Ouyang Qing's words. After all, Ouyang Qing was his son. No matter how much of a bastard his son was, he would not watch him die here. "Where's second elder now?" Ouyang Ba asked Ouyang Qing through true energy voice transmission. In his opinion, even if their Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan, was no match for the 3-star offensive Dao talisman, he should be able to survive. Grandfather Shan is dead. He was killed by Duan Lingtian's 3-star offensive Dao talisman. At that critical moment, Grandfather Shan didn't seem to realize that the talisman that Duan Lingtian threw out was a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Ouyang Qing replied through true energy voice transmission. He sounded like he was about to cry. That's right. How did Duan Lingtian get his hands on a 3-star offensive Dao talisman? Even in the 9-sect alliances district, only the Profound Talisman sect and the Mountain Shade Black Market have 3-star offensive Dao talismans. Their 3-star offensive Dao talismans are almost never given to outsiders. At this moment, Ouyang Ba finally regained his senses and realized this. Chapter 1502. It was no wonder Dong Hui would think that way. In the Moon Illumination sect, even the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including the sect leader, might not be able to take out a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. As a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, Bai Li Hong might have other ways to get a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Young Master Duan, this matter is indeed our Ouyang clan's fault. Even I, the patriarch of the Ouyang clan, didn't expect that Ouyang Shan would be so daring. He actually dared to covet young Master Duan and even tried to kill you. Ouyang Ba looked at Duan Lingtian and said apologetically. When he reached the end of his sentence, he pretended to rejoice. Fortunately, young Master Duan is blessed by God, and Ouyang Shan has been killed as well. It's a happy ending for everyone. A happy ending for everyone? Duan Lingtian smirked and looked at Ouyang Ba meaningfully, causing Ouyang Ba to feel guilty. However, no matter what, Ouyang Shan is still our Ouyang clan's second elder. Although he's dead, our Ouyang clan still has to bear the main responsibility for this matter. Although our Ouyang clan can't take out a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, we're willing to take out other things as compensation. Besides, we're willing to pay more to help you get over your shock, young Master Duan. As the current clan leader of Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ba was, naturally, a shrewd person. When he saw that his son was alive and well, he could vaguely guess Duan Lingtian and Dong Hui's intention. They wanted to extort a sum of money from the Ouyang clan and make them bleed. Therefore, before Duan Lingtian could speak, he took the initiative to bring it up. As for Ouyang Qing, he did not say anything more because he knew there was no need to do so now. Clan leader Ouyang is a straightforward person indeed. Since clan leader Ouyang is so straightforward, it's only natural that I won't keep harping on this matter. You can take Ouyang Qing away. However, I hope clan leader Ouyang can show some sincerity in certain matters. Otherwise, this matter might not end just like that. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by Ouyang Ba's tact, he did not plan to harp on this matter since he had achieved his goal. However, he still warned Ouyang Ba. What he meant was, he did not want Ouyang Ba to brush him off with some deceptive things. Definitely. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ouyang Ba broke out in a cold sweat. He really did have the thought of giving Duan Lingtian something not too valuable. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. He could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian, nor could he afford to offend the entire Ouyang family behind him. 3 days later, senior brother Hui and I will pay you a visit. At that time, I hope clan leader Ouyang can prepare your sincerity. Personally, I'm also very interested in things that ordinary people can't recognize. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Ouyang Ba and said. As for the last sentence, it was for the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Perhaps there were some unknown materials in the Ouyang family's collection that were needed to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Although the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had been repaired, Duan Lingtian was not satisfied at all. The 7 treasures exquisite pagoda had a total of 7 levels. Even if the 3rd level was repaired, it was not even half of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Don't worry, young Master Duan. I'll definitely satisfy you. Although his heart was bleeding, Ouyang Ba still forced a smile in response to Duan Lingtian. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Dong Hui, he left with Ouyang Qing. When they were leaving, Ouyang Qing, who had just survived a disaster, had excitement in his eyes. He followed behind Ouyang Ba obediently without saying a word. At the end of the day, he was the one who caused this disaster, and he was very guilty. Father, scold me if you want. After leaving the Nine-Sect Alliance's headquarters, Ouyang Qing was not used to Ouyang Ba's silence. I want to know the truth of the matter. Ouyang Ba opened his mouth, but he did not have the intention to scold Ouyang Qing. His tone was terrifyingly calm. When Ouyang Qing heard this, he did not dare to hide the truth. He told the whole story in detail. When he mentioned that Ouyang Shan was killed, he noticed that his father's body trembled slightly. He quickly added, I'm the one who killed Grandpa Shan. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Since you know that it's your fault, it means that you're not hopeless yet. The second elder was killed because of you this time. Not only you, even I feel guilty toward him, Ouyang Ba said nonchalantly. Yes, I feel guilty toward Grandpa Shan. Ouyang Qing nodded immediately, not daring to refute. After we go back this time, I plan to send you to the Nether Ridge. Ouyang Ba's eyes flashed. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by determination. Nether Ridge. Upon hearing Ouyang Ba's words, Ouyang Qing, who appeared to be very obedient, had a change of expression in an instant. He roared, No. Father, I'm not going to the Nether Ridge. Father, you can't do this. I'm your only son. Ouyang Ba's face was cold when he heard Ouyang Qing's words. Only son? Perhaps he was in the past. Some time ago, his concubine outside gave birth to an illegitimate son for him. In the entire Ouyang clan, only he and his confidants knew about this. The reason he did not spread the news was that he was worried that Ouyang Qing would harm his son. Due to Ouyang Qing's existence, the entire Ouyang clan would reject his illegitimate son. Although he was happy when the illegitimate son was born, he had never thought of bringing him into the Ouyang clan. He was determined to pass the Ouyang clan to Ouyang Qing. However, Ouyang Qing's performance this time had disappointed him. As a result, he made the decision to send Ouyang Qing to the Nether Ridge. If Ouyang Qing never returned, he could only say that he was unlucky. At that time, he would bring his illegitimate son back to the Ouyang clan and train him to be his successor. Father, I'll die. Since ancient times, none of the people from the Ouyang clan who entered the Nether Ridge came out alive. Ouyang Qing kept roaring as if he would rather die than go to the Nether Ridge. You're wrong. Someone from the Ouyang clan came out alive from the Nether Ridge. Ouyang Ba said nonchalantly. But that was tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, he's the only exception in the Ouyang clan. In the past tens of thousands of years, there were at least 8,000 people from the Ouyang clan who went to the Nether Ridge, but none of them came out alive. Ouyang Qing's face was filled with terror. The moment his words left his mouth, he glanced at Ouyang Ba vigilantly. His body moved and he wanted to escape. However, how could he escape from Ouyang Ba's hands? Ouyang Ba stopped Ouyang Qing effortlessly. I've already decided on this matter. You don't have to be too negative. The elder from our Ouyang clan who came out of the Nether Ridge tens of thousands of years ago is the same as you. He's also a direct descendant of our Ouyang clan. Therefore, your hope is still very high. After all, the place in the Nether Ridge is said to be related to the first clan leader of the Ouyang clan. Perhaps, he'll favor a lineal disciple like you more. Ouyang Ba said. Moreover, if you can walk out of there, in time, let alone that Duan Lingtian, even the Moon Illumination sect and the entire Nine-Sect Alliances won't be in your eyes. When the senior in our Ouyang clan was at his peak, even the Saint stage powerhouses from 6th-rated forces were no match for him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had offended a big shot from a 5th-rated force, he wouldn't have died. And our Ouyang clan wouldn't have collapsed from this setback. Ouyang Ba's face was filled with excitement when he began to speak. However, he could not help but sigh when he reached the end. Qing, I really think that you'll be the second lineal disciple of the Ouyang clan to come out of the Nether Ridge. Ouyang Ba said to Ouyang Qing. Father, Don't think that I don't know that most of the Ouyang clan's disciples who entered the Nether Ridge were lineal disciples. But what happened to them? Their soul pearls shattered in less than 3 months after they entered, Ouyang Qing said with fear in his eyes. Ouyang Qing exclaimed in horror. His body struggled continuously, trying to break free from Ouyang Ba's restraints. In the end, Ouyang Ba could only knock him out. Qing, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for the huge trouble you've caused this time. I'm not the only one who won't believe what you said at the 9-sect Alliance's headquarters. Even the elders in the clan won't believe it. I must give them an explanation for this matter. Ouyang Ba sighed when he reached the end of his mumbling. Although he could let Ouyang Qing go, he did not doubt that he would be dismissed by the elders in the clan as soon as Ouyang Qing left. There was a rule in the Ouyang clan. Once the clan leader made a huge mistake, his lineage's privilege to inherit the clan leader's position would be taken away. In the Ouyang clan, there were many elders who were lineal disciples like him but did not come from the same lineage. They were waiting for him to make a mistake so that they could dismiss him and let their lineage have the priority to inherit the clan leader's position. In order to protect his lineage's privilege, Ouyang Ba had made up his mind and made such a choice. Such a choice not only made the elders speechless, but it also gave his son, Ouyang Qing, a glimmer of hope. Although the hope was very slim, and even he did not think that Ouyang Qing would survive, at least it was better than dying in the 9-sect Alliance's headquarters. The Nether Ridge. When Ouyang Ba thought about the perilous place that was passed down in the Ouyang clan since ancient times, his heart could not help but tremble. The Nether Ridge was rumored to be related to their Ouyang clan's ancestors. All along, there had been a legend in the Ouyang clan that said any Ouyang clan's disciple who could walk out of the Nether Ridge would definitely become a top powerhouse. In the beginning, because no Ouyang clan's disciple could walk out of that place alive, nobody believed in the legend anymore. Chapter 1503. Duan Lingtian came to Han River City for 2 purposes. Firstly, to buy an inscription pen. Secondly, to look for the materials needed to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. He had already bought the inscription pen. What he needed to do next was to look for the materials needed to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. When he first came to Han River City, he was all alone. Now that he had arrived at the 9-sect Alliance's headquarters and the Moon Illumination Sect's base in the 9-sect Alliance's headquarters, he had also received Dong Hui's help. With Dong Hui's help, he had collected many materials needed to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Of course, there were not many high-grade materials among these materials. However, there was a pleasant surprise in the Ouyang clan. With Hualaro's reminder, the materials that Duan Lingtian had collected in the Ouyang clan to repair the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda were much better than the materials he had collected in Han River City for the past few days. Thank you, clan leader Ouyang. Before leaving the Ouyang clan, Duan Lingtian thanked Ouyang Ba with a smile. Although Ouyang Ba's heart was bleeding and he hated Duan Lingtian, he did not show it. He did not dare to show it. He could only reply with a smile, as long as you don't mind, young Master Duan. I don't mind. Of course, I don't mind. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If there's a chance next time, I'll definitely visit you in the Ouyang clan again, clan leader Ouyang. Duan Lingtian's words scared Ouyang Ba so much that his heart trembled. Next time? Just this time, the group of Ouyang clan's elders already had a strong opinion of him. If he were to do it again, those old fellows would definitely skin him alive. However, when Ouyang Ba thought about how he had already sent away his troublemaker son, he sighed in relief. Farewell, clan leader Ouyang. When Duan Lingtian saw the fake smile on Ouyang Ba's face, he was delighted as well. After greeting him nonchalantly, he left the Ouyang clan with Dong Hui. Ouyang Ba, the clan leader of Ouyang clan, personally sent the 2 of them to the gate. The Ouyang clan steward, Ouyang Ji, and the second young miss of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ruo, accompanied him to send off Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. He's actually a Duan Lingtian. How could he be a Duan Lingtian? Even though a few days had passed, Ouyang Ruo still found it hard to believe that the person who saved her in the Juku mountain range back then was actually the Moon Illumination Sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, whose name had spread like wildfire in the 9-sect alliances district recently. However, when Ouyang Ruo recalled that her brother was sent to the Nether Ridge because of Du and Lingtian, her face turned cold right away. Her eyes were filled with cold hatred. Du and Lingtian, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, my brother wouldn't have been sent to the Nether Ridge. Those who entered the Nether Ridge had a slim chance of survival. Ouyang Ruo also didn't think that Ouyang Qing could walk out of there alive. Ouyang Ruo really wanted to avenge her brother. However, when she thought about Du and Lingtian's innate talent, strength, and background, she felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. She couldn't summon any thoughts of revenge at all, so she could only bury the hatred deep in her heart. Junior brother Duan, it's rare for you to come to Han River City. Why don't you stay for a while longer? On the way back to the 9-sect alliance's headquarters after leaving the Ouyang clan, Dong Hui immediately urged Du and Lingtian to stay when he heard that he would be returning to the Moon Illumination sect in a few days. It's only a few days, and I haven't had the time to show my hospitality as your senior brother. If senior brother Bai Li finds out that I've neglected you, he definitely won't be happy. Dong Hui told Du and Lingtian. Senior brother Hui, I'm not leaving now. Besides, I still have something to do when I return to the sect in a few days, so I won't be able to stay in Han River City for too long. Du and Lingtian smiled. When your shift is over and you return to the sect, we'll have a good gathering again. Since you insist, junior brother, then I won't say anything else. However, I'll have to arrange your schedule for the next few days. Let me be the host for the next few days. Dong Hui said. Yes, senior brother Hui. Du and Lingtian agreed right away. It was all thanks to Dong Hui's help these few days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find so many materials. As soon as Du and Lingtian returned to the Moon Illumination sect stronghold in the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, he heard Dong Hui calling out to him before he even had the chance to sit down. Senior brother Hui, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? He had just parted ways with Dong Hui not long ago, and he did not expect Dong Hui to come looking for him again. Junior brother Duan, I shouldn't have disturbed your rest, but according to the rules of the 9-sect alliance's Earth ranking, I have to. Dong Hui smiled wryly. Earth ranking? Don't tell me someone wants to challenge me. Du and Lingtian raised his brow and asked. He could not think of anything else other than this. That's right. Dong Hui nodded. I heard it from someone else as well. That person came early this morning, but we just happened to go to the Ouyang clan. Now that he heard you're back, he's already waiting outside our Moon Illumination sect stronghold. Now, many people from the other 8 great sects are waiting for you to accept his challenge as well. They more or less want to see you, the young genius who has become famous in the 9-sect alliances district. Dong Hui said. Since he's already here, I'll go and meet him. Du and Lingtian responded and left the Moon Illumination sect stronghold with Dong Hui, arriving outside the Moon Illumination sect stronghold. When they arrived outside the Moon Illumination sect stronghold, Du and Lingtian was taken aback when he saw the black mass of people in the surroundings. Outside the Moon Illumination sect stronghold, the black mass of people was surrounding an empty space like stars surrounding the moon. A middle-aged man in ordinary clothes stood in the middle of the empty space. The middle-aged man's face was covered in stubble, and he looked very sloppy. However, his eyes were brimming with vigor, giving off a threatening aura. Du and Lingtian knew very well that this must be the person who wanted to challenge him. However, Du and Lingtian did not take this person to heart. Even before he had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, he was not afraid of any mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivator's challenge, let alone now that he had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. It's Elder Hui from the Moon Illumination sect. When Du and Lingtian and Dong Hui came out together, many people recognized Dong Hui. The person who came out together with Elder Hui must be Du and Lingtian, right? That's right. It's him. I was on duty a few days ago, and I saw him coming to our 9-sect alliance's headquarters with my own eyes. I thought he would avoid the challenge from the Earth Rankings powerhouse on purpose, but I didn't expect him to accept the challenge directly. It seems like he's very confident in his own strength. While the people from the other 8 sects were discussing among themselves, All of them had their eyes trained on Duan Lingtian. These people were the inner court disciples of the various sects, and all of them were at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. If it was an ordinary person, they would more or less feel a little nervous when they saw so many people at the Saint Rudiment stage or above sizing them up. However, Duan Lingtian remained calm when faced with these people's gazes. From the beginning until the end, he was as calm as an ancient well, as though he was an old monk who was meditating. He's just someone who's ranked 71st on the Earth ranking. Our junior brother Duan can even defeat someone who's ranked 66th on the Earth ranking. Don't tell me he's afraid of someone who's ranked even lower. Liu Hai snorted coldly and said in disdain when he heard what the other 8 sects' disciples said. That's right. Our junior brother Duan's strength has been proven, and he deserves his reputation. Many Moon Illumination sects' inner court disciples agreed. Fat. Many people from the other 8 sects could not help but laugh when they heard what the group of Moon Illumination sects' inner court disciples said. The problem is, He Zhong, who's ranked 66th on the Earth ranking, is also a disciple of your Moon Illumination sect. That's right. Who knows if He Zhong was coerced by your Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials and had no choice but to lose to Duan Lingtian? Although the people from the other 8 sects did not mention a name, the group of Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples knew who the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking official was. It was none other than Elder by Li Hong, who had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother. T. Liu Hai scolded with a flushed face. Many of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples followed suit and scolded as well. However, some of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples had a hint of doubt in their eyes when they heard what the disciples from the other 8 sects said. They stared at Duan Lingtian, who was walking out of the Moon Illumination sect's stronghold slowly. It was apparent that they had doubts in their hearts. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard and noticed the discussions in the surroundings and the questioning gazes in the surroundings. However, he did not mind at all. This was because he knew he would be able to shut the mouths of the disciples from the other 8 sects very soon. Soon, the questioning gazes in the surroundings would disappear. You're the Duan Lingtian who defeated He Zhong and replaced him to be ranked 66th on the Earth ranking? The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and a slightly sloppy appearance looked straight at Duan Lingtian and asked with a tone that was close to questioning. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him nonchalantly. So what if I am? If you are, I'll defeat you today and replace you. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he said confidently, remember, the person who defeated you is called, idiot. Duan Lingtian spat out 2 words slowly and interrupted the middle-aged man's words. He did not have a good impression of this guy who had spoken to him in a condescending manner since the beginning. If you want to challenge me, just do it. What's the point of being long-winded? Ha 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 ha. When Duan Lingtian interrupted the middle-aged man's words, the crowd burst into laughter when they heard it. This was because the 2 words that Duan Lingtian spat out just happened to finish the middle-aged man's sentence. This Duan Lingtian is really arrogant. He provoked the other party as soon as he opened his mouth. Many of the disciples from the other 8 sects shook their heads. They felt that Duan Lingtian was too impulsive. Now that he won't have a good time, he's going to have a hard time. Many of the disciples from the other 8 sects gloated. The furious middle-aged man opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something. Chapter 1504. I'm not interested in knowing the name of a loser. Duan Lingtian had spoken before the middle-aged man did. Not only did it enrage the middle-aged man, but it also caused an uproar among the onlookers. Arrogant. Too arrogant. This was the same thought that appeared in the minds of the group of people, including many Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples. All of them thought Duan Lingtian's words were too arrogant. After all, the outcome of the battle had not been decided yet. Good, very good, very good. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the rage that was on the verge of bursting out. He stared at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll let everyone present here witness how you're slapping your own face with your word. If you're capable of that, you're welcome to slap my face. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, looking natural and at ease. This scene made the onlookers look at each other. Could it be that Duan Lingtian really had the confidence to defeat the middle-aged man? You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's words were like a fuse that completely ignited the middle-aged man's anger. At once, the middle-aged man roared and pounced toward Duan Lingtian like a madman. His speed was so fast that it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. As expected of a famous powerhouse on the Earth ranking, his speed has already surpassed most of the early Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. The onlookers were all inner court disciples from the 9 great sects. They could all see the speed the middle-aged man was displaying was very fast. At the same time, they looked at Duan Lingtian. However, the next scene made them completely dumbfounded. Is that all you've got? Duan Lingtian's voice resonated nonchalantly. At the same time, he had already dodged the middle-aged man's attacks easily a few times. Not only that, but he also appeared next to the middle-aged man and spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Based on his tone, it was obvious the speed he was displaying was not his full speed. After all, if a person were to use their full strength, even if they could speak, it would be impossible for them to speak so naturally, as if they were just chatting. Dong Hui, who had come out with Duan Lingtian and was watching the battle from the side, was also stunned by the speed displayed by Duan Lingtian. This speed. I'm afraid it's not inferior to an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, right? Dong Hui inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, with the speed that junior apprentice brother Duan displayed today, it's impossible for him to be just a mortal shedding realm martial cultivator. It seemed that he had broken through to the Saint realm. What a frightening growth rate. No wonder senior brother Bailey would acknowledge him as his junior brother. Now, Dong Hui thought that Bai Li Hong had taken a liking to Duan Lingtian's martial talent, which was why he had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother. However, it did not cross his mind that the reason Bai Li Hong had acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother was not because of Duan Lingtian's martial talent, but because Duan Lingtian could inherit the strange inscription art that was left behind by the teacher he had never met. Dong Hui's thoughts were exactly what most of the onlookers were thinking. The speed that Duan Lingtian displayed right now completely overpowered him. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? It's possible. If that's the case, the rumor that Duan Lingtian entered the Earth ranking with a cultivation base of the perfection mortal shedding stage must be fake as well, right? It must be fake. While the disciples of the 8 major sects were discussing among themselves, many of them cast their spiritual secret techniques without restraint in an attempt to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. However, all of them returned empty-handed. It was precisely because they returned empty-handed that they confirmed that Duan Lingtian was indeed a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. With their strength, they could probe the cultivation base of any martial or Dao cultivator below the Saint Rudiment stage by casting their spiritual secret techniques. However, their spiritual energy secret techniques were unable to pry into the cultivations of Saint Realm masters like them, or even those above that. Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? Junior brother Duan is a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Liu Yu and Liu Hai were stunned when they heard that Duan Lingtian was a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. They looked at each other in disbelief. The other Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples were stunned as well. As Moon Illumination sect's disciples, naturally, they were no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but they were certain that Duan Lingtian was only a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when he first became famous. This was because Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had been probed by a group of Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples using their spiritual secret techniques. Those inner court disciples were certain that Duan Lingtian was a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. It might be possible for 1 or 2 probing mistakes. However, there were so many people, it was impossible for there to be a mistake. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with shock and disbelief. It had only been a few months, but Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage from the perfection mortal shedding stage. While the onlookers were still in shock, Duan Lingtian had also lost his interest in teasing the middle-aged man. With a lift of his hand, he swung his palm out. Vast true energy swept out and pressed down on the middle-aged man's body, sending him flying. The middle-aged man landed heavily on the ground with heavy injuries, but he did not pass out. The way he looked at Duan Lingtian was no longer arrogant. Instead, there was only fear in his eyes. Yuve broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage? In his opinion, even the person ranked first on the Earth ranking would not be able to defeat him so easily. There was only one possibility for the person in front of him to be able to defeat him so easily. The person in front of him had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. When one was at the mortal shedding stage, one could be ranked on the Earth ranking. Once one had broken through to the early Saint Rudiment stage, one's strength could even be compared to an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator. Those who were ranked at the top of the Earth ranking could even defeat an ordinary intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse after breaking through to the early Saint Rudiment stage. You're not that stupid after all. Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man nonchalantly before turning around and leaving without looking back. Only the middle-aged man and the crowd could see his handsome back. Saint Rudiment stage. Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect was a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. At that moment, many people on the scene regained their senses one after another. Horror was written all over their faces. At the same time, the news spread like a hurricane. In just one night, it had spread all over Han River City. In Han River City, as long as one was not in closed-door cultivation or out, one would know about the news. The people from the Ouyang clan were no exception. He actually broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage? Ouyang Ryu was shocked. She still remembered that the true energy that Duan Lingtian displayed when he saved her was not at the Saint Rudiment stage. Because of this, she was certain that Duan Lingtian was not a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator before this. However, now, Ouyang Ruo, who did not have the intention to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, felt even more helpless in her heart. Monster! Monster! Our Ouyang clan must never be his enemy. After learning that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, Ouyang Ba was also shocked. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that he must never be Duan Lingtian's enemy. No matter how much the news spread outside that he was already a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, Duan Lingtian was not affected at all. He stayed at the Moon Illumination sect's stronghold in the 9-sect Alliance's headquarters. When he was free, he would chat with Dong Hui and discuss the Martial Dao and the Saint Inscription Dao. Originally, Dong Hui had planned to bring Duan Lingtian out for a walk in the next few days. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Saint Inscription Dao, he dismissed the idea. He realized that when Duan Lingtian discussed the Saint Inscription Dao with him, every time he said something strange, it would give him a lot of inspiration. In the end, he also realized that the reason Bai Li Hong took Duan Lingtian as his junior brother was not only because of Duan Lingtian's innate talent in the martial Dao, but it was also because of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary talent in the Saint Inscription Dao. Junior brother Duan, this doesn't seem to be an orthodox Saint Inscription Dao, right? Dong Hui could not help but frown when he heard Duan Lingtian's answer when they were discussing another question. Senior brother Hui, I heard from senior brother Bai Li that you've also come into contact with the strange inscription Dao before. Why? Didn't you notice the shadow of the strange inscription Dao that I mentioned earlier? Duan Lingtian smiled. Strange. Strange inscription Dao? However, when Dong Hui heard Duan Lingtian's words, he turned pale with fright. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. Junior brother Duan, didn't he tell me you've mastered the strange inscription Dao? I can't say that I've mastered it. I've just learned the basics. Duan Lingtian replied humbly. However, even if he was being humble, it still shocked Dong Hui so much that he fell silent for a long time. After a long while, Dong Hui sighed. It seems like senior brother Bai Li has finally found the person he's been waiting for. To think that I thought senior brother Bai Li only acknowledged you as his junior brother because of your martial Dao innate talent. Now, it seems like I was wrong from the beginning. At this moment, Dong Hui was completely certain. Bai Li Hong acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his junior brother not because of Duan Lingtian's martial Dao innate talent, but because Duan Lingtian could inherit the strange inscription Dao. Bai Li Hong had shared the strange inscription Dao with him before. However, just like Bai Li Hong, he could not cultivate it because of his spiritual energy. When Duan Lingtian heard Dong Hui's words, he only smiled faintly and did not say anything. Senior brother Hui, the materials that I need should be here in 2 days, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Bai Li Hong and changed the topic. A large part of the reason he wanted to stay in Han River City for a few more days was because there was still a pile of materials that he needed on the way to Han River City. Those were the materials that Bai Li Hong had ordered people to gather. Those materials were also the materials that Duan Lingtian needed to repair the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. They'll definitely be here in 2 days at most. Dong Hui nodded. He did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's matter. 2 days later, all the materials had arrived. According to Hualaro, with the materials that I've gathered in Han River City, the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda should be able to be repaired by 10%. With so many materials, it's only 10%. It seems like repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is much more difficult than repairing the 3rd level. Chapter 1505. Since he had obtained the materials, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay in Han River City any longer. Senior Marshal Brother Hui, I'll have to trouble you with the materials I need. Duan Lingtian added when he was bidding farewell to Dong Hui. Don't worry, Junior Brother Duan. I'll continue to send people to look for the materials that you need. When I find them, I'll ask someone to bring them back to the sect and pass them to you. Dong Hui nodded. Thank you, Senior Brother Hui. After thanking him again, Duan Lingtian left. It was late at night when he left. It was so dark that he could not see his own fingers. Duan Lingtian took advantage of the dark to leave the Moon Illumination Sect stronghold and the 9-sect alliance's headquarters quietly. The reason why he chose to leave at this time was to avoid unnecessary trouble. Duan Lingtian knew very well that even though he was an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he would not be able to fight back if he encountered a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that a figure was following him closely when he left. It wasn't until he saw him leave Han River City that the man stopped in his tracks. He lifted his head and watched Duan Lingtian's figure disappear into the void under the moonlight. The moonlight shone on the person's face. It was none other than Dong Hui, who had just parted ways with Duan Lingtian not long ago. It turned out that after Duan Lingtian left, Dong Hui thought about it and felt worried. Therefore, he secretly escorted Duan Lingtian out of the city. He did not follow him until he saw Duan Lingtian leaving Han River City and disappearing before his eyes. Duan Lingtian flew at full speed in the direction of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. Huang Cheng. On the way back to the Moon Illumination Sect, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the outer court elder who tried to kill him when he left the Moon Illumination Sect. His heart sank. If it was not for the fact that he had a second 3-star Divine Strider talisman, he would have died in Huang Cheng's hands. I hope you're brave enough to stay in the Moon Illumination Sect so that I can have my revenge, Duan Lingtian murmured. These words were obviously directed at Huang Cheng. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was destined to be disappointed. Huang Cheng had realized that he would not end well if he returned to the Moon Illumination Sect after failing to kill him. Therefore, he did not return to the Moon Illumination Sect at all. Instead, he went into hiding. Naturally, the reason Huang Cheng was hiding was not because he was afraid of Duan Lingtian. He was afraid of Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Moon Illumination Sect, there was a remote courtyard in Han River City that was bustling with people. These people, taking advantage of the darkness, shuttled back and forth between the inside and outside of the house. During the day, not a single person could be seen entering or leaving the house. Only at night would a group of people be seen entering and exiting the house. This was the stronghold that the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the 9-sect alliances had set up in Han River City. Currently, in this lively house at night, in a spacious room, the candlelight flickered with the wind. It flickered continuously, reflecting 2 swaying silhouettes. Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination Sect is Kai Ming's target. There's only one possibility for him to come to Han River City alive and cause such a huge commotion. Kai Ming has failed. One of the silhouettes belonged to a skinny old man. He had a head of interlaced black and white hair. His face seemed to be divided into two asymmetrical halves. Half of it was like a man while the other half was like a woman. Currently, he was looking at the sturdy middle-aged man in front of him as he spoke. Could it be because of some other reason? It's impossible for Kai Ming to fail. The sturdy middle-aged man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear stood there like an iron tower. He gave off a strong sense of oppression. Even if it's because of some other reason, Kai Ming should be back by now. I'm afraid he's not back yet. The old man replied. Knock, knock. At this moment, two soft knocks on the door resonated in the air. Lord Yin Yang. When the old man and the middle-aged man's eyes landed on the door, a respectful voice resonated from outside. Come in, the old man said nonchalantly as though he could tell who the owner of the voice was. At the same time, he waved his hand, causing the door to open automatically. A tall young man dressed in black walked in slowly. When he saw the sturdy middle-aged man, he bowed respectfully. Lord Tai Wu. What's the matter? The old man raised his hand again and asked nonchalantly after closing the door. Lord Yin Yang, there's a quasi-3-star assassin outside. He said he has something to tell you personally. The young man said, if Lord Yin Yang doesn't want to see him, I'll chase him away. Quasi-3-star assassin? The old man's cloudy eyes gleamed brightly. After a moment of silence, he said, bring him here. In the Mountain Shade Black Market, assassins were divided into different grades. For example, the black-robed man who died in the hands of Duan Lingtian was a 3-star assassin in the Mountain Shade Black Market. Although a quasi-3-star assassin was not as good as him, he was not too far off. In the Mountain Shade Black Market, a quasi-3-star assassin could assassinate an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage as long as he caught them off guard. One could imagine how terrifying a quasi-3-star assassin was. After a while, the young man who left brought someone with him. It was a person who was covered in a black robe. His face and body could not be seen clearly. He exuded a mysterious aura. Greetings, Lord Yin Yang. The black-robed man bowed slightly to the old man. As for the sturdy middle-aged man next to the old man, he did not seem to know him, so he did not greet him. However, the sturdy middle-aged man did not seem to mind at all. He was still sizing up the black-robed man with great interest. You're looking for me? The old man, who was the Mountain Shade Black Market's high-ranking official with the codename Yin Yang, asked nonchalantly. Naturally, he was only a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-sect Alliances district. In the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, with his strength that had just entered the Saint stage, he was just a handyman who was not worth mentioning at all. The black-robed man, who was also the quasi-3-star assassin who was looking for Yin Yang, glanced at the young man next to him before glancing at the sturdy middle-aged man. You may leave. Upon hearing Yin Yang's order, the young man retreated and closed the door behind him. His Tai Wu. Yin Yang glanced at the quasi-3-star assassin and said, Tai Wu. However, as soon as Yin Yang's words left his mouth, the quasi-3-star assassin's body could not help but tremble. When he spoke again, his voice trembled a little. Why you re Lord Tai Wu? Then, he lifted his head slightly and glanced at the sturdy middle-aged man. When he saw the hideous scar that stretched across the sturdy middle-aged man's left eye, he took a deep breath and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Lord Tai Wu. As an assassin in the Mountain Shade Black Market, he had only come into contact with the high-ranking official, Yin Yang. Although he had heard of Tai Wu many times, he had never seen him before. Therefore, even if Tai Wu was standing in front of him today, he did not recognize him at all. However, when he recalled the rumors about Tai Wu, his heart could not help but tremble. There was a shocking rumor among the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins that the former sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect had died in Tai Wu's hands. When the former sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect died, his strength could be ranked in the top 3 in the 9-sect Alliances district. His strength was even above Yin Yang, one of the Mountain Shade Black Market's high-ranking officials. He had also heard a little about Tai Wu's origin. It seemed like he had offended a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper branch and was suppressed by that high-ranking official. In the end, he was demoted to the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. The Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district was also one of the lowest-ranking branches in the huge Mountain Shade Black Market. There was another rumor about Tai Wu, who had just arrived at the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. It was said that when he had just arrived, he was also ostracized by the high-ranking officials in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. Under such circumstances, he did not say anything and just relied on his iron fists to establish his position in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district. Currently, his position in the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch was even higher than Yin Yang's. Therefore, when the black-robed man who was a quasi-3-star assassin heard that the burly middle-aged man standing in front of him was Tai Wu, he was also shocked. "What's the matter? Just tell me directly." Tai Wu nodded at the black-robed man and said nonchalantly, "Yes." The black-robed man quickly responded. He did not dare to slack off at all as he looked at Tai Wu and Yin Yang and said, "Lord Tai Wu, Lord Yin Yang. A few days ago, late at night, I just so happened to witness something with my own eyes. It's something that has an extremely bad impact on our Mountain Shade Black Market." When the black-robed man reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned grave. "Huh." Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Tai Wu and Yin Yang looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. "That night, because I had a mission, I left in a hurry after confirming the identities of those two people. It was only when I completed my mission and rushed back that I came to look for you, Lord Yin Yang." The black-robed man said to Yin Yang. "What happened?" Yin Yang asked. "Someone pretended to be from our Mountain Shade Black Market." The black-robed man gritted his teeth and said, "They claim to be assassins from our Mountain Shade Black Market, but I can tell from the aura that they're definitely not assassins. Moreover, our Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins are all restricted by the lightning penalty oath, so it's impossible for them to expose their identities." Swoosh, swoosh. The black-robed man's words caused Tai Wu and Yin Yang's expressions to change at once. The uppermost headquarters of the Mountain Shade Black Market was a third-rate force. For such a large force, nothing could be accomplished without rules. Without rules, it was naturally impossible for them to achieve the glory they had today. There were many taboos in the Mountain Shade Black Market as well. One of them was that assassins from the Mountain Shade Black Market were not allowed to expose their identities when they were out. Chapter 1506. Due to this reason, the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins would never reveal their identities no matter what. It was a taboo for the Mountain Shade Black Market's assassins to reveal their identities. They would even be killed by the thunder punishment of the Tribulation Oath, the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. It was even more unforgivable for someone to impersonate someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market. In the Mountain Shade Black Market, there was also a rule that if any force or person dared to impersonate someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market, the Mountain Shade Black Market would attack them with all its might. In order to protect this bottom line, the Mountain Shade Black Market had even made a rule. Anyone from the Mountain Shade Black Market who had broken through to the Saint Stage would have to swear on the Thunder Punishment Oath that anyone who impersonated someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market would be attacked with all its might. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed by the Thunder Punishment Oath. Even Tai Wu and Yin Yang were no exception. They had also sworn on the Thunder Punishment Oath. It would be fine if they did not know about it. However, once they knew about it, the Thunder Punishment Oath would come true. How can you prove that what you said is true? Yin Yang looked at the quasi-3-star assassin in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Do you dare to swear on the Thunder Punishment Oath that everything you said just now is true? If there's any falsehood, you'll be killed by the Thunder Punishment Oath immediately." When the quasi-3-star assassin heard this, he immediately swore on the Thunder Punishment Oath without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air, shocking more than half of Han River City. Those who heard the claps of thunder knew that someone had sworn on the thunder punishment oath. That was why the tribulation oath, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, responded. When Tai Wu and Yin Yang saw how the quasi-3-star assassin swore on the thunder punishment oath without any hesitation, they realized that this quasi-3-star assassin was not lying. They wanted to verify it because they were worried that this quasi-3-star assassin wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. In the 9-sect alliance's territory, their hands were undoubtedly the sharpest knives. You said that you've confirmed the identities of the impersonators from the Mountain Shade Black Market? Tai Wu looked at the quasi-3-star assassin and asked. Yes. The quasi-3-star assassin nodded. Who are they? Yin Yang asked. They are from the Ouyang clan in Han River City. The Ouyang clan is an 8th-rate clan in Han River City. They usually do business with the 9-sect alliance's thighs and have accumulated quite a fortune. The quasi-3-star assassin. Ouyang clan? Hearing the quasi-3-star assassin's words, Tai Wu and Yin Yang looked at each other and saw the cold gleam in each other's eyes. That night, the Ouyang clan welcomed an unprecedented catastrophe since its establishment. The entire Ouyang clan, including the clan leader of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Ba, was killed except for a small group of people who happened to be out. The group of Ouyang family's upper echelons didn't even have time to react before they were killed one by one. Even the few paramount Saint Rudiment stage-old ancestors of the Ouyang clan were dragged out of the secret chamber in the Ouyang clan's forbidden area and killed one by one. The Ouyang family's paramount Saint Rudiment stage Ouyang family ancestors could not figure out until the moment they were killed. Why would a Saint Realm Master come to kill them and not even say a word to them? That night, the Ouyang clan was bathed in blood. While the Ouyang clan was in a bloodbath, the 2 Saint Realm experts who had acted quickly also swaggered away. When they left, a group of black-robed men rushed in and searched the Ouyang family from top to bottom. When the people from the 9-sect alliance's headquarters arrived, almost everything that was valuable in the Ouyang clan had been taken away. Only corpses were left on the ground and a river of blood was left behind. Yesterday, the Ouyang clan was still glorious and glorious, but overnight, it had completely become history, a thing of the past. At the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, the people in charge of the 9 great sects gathered together. Everyone, what do you think about the Ouyang clan's incident? A burly man with a curly beard asked loudly. His gaze swept across the 30 people present. These 30 people were the people in charge sent by the 9 great sects to Han River City. They worked together to manage the affairs of the 9-sect alliance's headquarters. These 30 people came from the 9 great sects. The few people from the Moon Illumination sect, including Dong Hui, were also present. How did the Ouyang clan get annihilated? Don't tell me senior brother Bai Li did it. No. Even if senior brother Bai Li did it, it's impossible for him to annihilate the Ouyang clan overnight. The few paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the Ouyang clan are all dead. None of them managed to escape. Initially, Dong Hui thought Bai Li Hong had done it to avenge Duan Lingtian. However, he soon realized it was impossible. Suddenly, Dong Hui noticed that many people were looking at the few people from the Moon Illumination sect. Is there a need to look? It must be the people from the Moon Illumination sect who did it. The Moon Illumination sect really cares about that Duan Lingtian. Knowing that he was bullied by the Ouyang clan, they immediately annihilated the Ouyang clan. A middle-aged man with an ugly appearance said in a sarcastic tone. Annihilating the Ouyang clan overnight. Even those few paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses couldn't escape. It must be a Saint stage powerhouse who did it. Someone said. What a Moon Illumination sect. Just because of a small conflict, they actually annihilated an 8th-rate clan that cooperated with our 9-sect alliances. On top of that, it's a clan that we supported together in the past. Moon Illumination sect, you must give us an explanation. An old man looked at Dong Hui and the few of them angrily and growled. That's right. No matter how wrong the Ouyang clan is, they were still supported by us. Even if the Moon Illumination sect wants to annihilate them, shouldn't you inform us in advance? How do you view the 8 great sects by acting on your own accord? Many people followed suit and questioned. Annihilating the Ouyang clan? Who's going to take over the mess that the Ouyang clan left behind? How much effort would it take to support an 8th-rate force again? What the Moon Illumination sect did this time is really too much. At this moment, Dong Hui and the few of them had become the target of the 8 great sects. Humph. Do you have any proof that our Moon Illumination sect did this? A sturdy old man next to Dong Hui snorted in disdain and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 20 people in front of him. This old man was the person in charge of the 9-sect alliance's headquarters sent by the Moon Illumination sect. He was one of the few vice-sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. His name was Tan Quan. That's right. It's best if you don't say anything before you have any proof. Dong Hui sneered as well. The remaining few people in charge of the Moon Illumination sect chimed in one after another. Although they suspected in their hearts that Elder Bai Li had persuaded the upper echelons of the sect to let the Saint Stage powerhouses in the sect annihilate the Ouyang clan, at this time, they obviously could not show their suspicion. What proof do we need? A sturdy middle-aged man stepped forward and sneered. Apart from the Moon Illumination sect, who else would have the motive to annihilate the Ouyang clan? That's right. Only a Saint Stage powerhouse can annihilate the Ouyang clan in just one night. Why don't you tell me, apart from the 9 great sects, which other force has a Saint Stage powerhouse in the 9-sect alliances district? Another hostage asked. Apart from the 9 great sects, which other force has a Saint Stage powerhouse in the 9-sect alliances district? Upon hearing this person's question, Tan Quan sneered. You seem to have forgotten about the Mountain Shade Black Market, right? Mountain Shade Black Market. When Tan Quan mentioned the Mountain Shade Black Market, the scene fell silent, and the atmosphere became a little strange. The Mountain Shade Black Market had always been a thorn in the throat of the 9 great sects. It was also the driving force that bound the 9 great sects together. Without the Mountain Shade Black Market, the 9-sect alliances would not exist. It could be said that the Mountain Shade Black Market was the one who created the alliance of the 9 great sects. The Mountain Shade Black Market had given them a lot of pressure. Humph. Don't use the Mountain Shade Black Market to scare us. All these years, the Mountain Shade Black Market has only been operating in the dark. When did they ever do such a thing? Soon, one of the sect's senior management snapped back to his senses and snorted coldly. His words also received the agreement of many people. That's right. Although the people from the Mountain Shade Black Market do things strangely, this doesn't seem like their style at all. The Ouyang clan offended Du and Lingtian from your Moon Illumination sect, and they were annihilated just a few days ago. Who would believe you if you say this has nothing to do with your Moon Illumination sect? Is the Moon Illumination sect so cowardly that they don't dare to admit what they did? Many people from the 8 great sects began to mock Tan Quan, Dong Hui, and the others. For a moment, Tan Quan, Dong Hui, and the others were rendered speechless. After all, what the people from the 8 great sects said made sense. Maybe the people from the Ouyang clan were blind and offended the Mountain Shade Black Market? In the end, Dong Hui was the first to snap back to his senses and refuted. Just when the group of senior management from the 8 great sects was about to say something, a young man rushed in from the outside in a hurry. Such a lack of etiquette caused everyone to involuntarily frown. Which sect's disciple is so rude? He's not from our profound talisman sect anyway. He's not from our sect either. The senior management from the 8 great sects denied any involvement. Soon after, their gazes landed on the few senior management from the Moon Illumination sect in unison. If he was not from their sect, then he could only be from the Moon Illumination sect. At this moment, whether it was Tan Quan, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, or Dong Hui and the others, all of them had a grave expression on their faces. However, the Moon Illumination sect's disciple who barged in did not seem to notice the strange atmosphere. As he rushed in, he said, "Junior uncles, senior uncles, the reason why the Ouyang clan was annihilated has spread in Han River City." What? The moment the Moon Illumination sect's disciple's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. At this moment, Nobody bothered about the Moon Illumination sect's disciples' lack of manners anymore. To them, the reason why the Ouyang clan was annihilated was the most important reason. What reason? Chapter 1507. The Moon Illumination sect's disciple who barged in recklessly was just an ordinary inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. The reason he barged in earlier was because he was shocked by the news. Now, when he saw the 9 great sects' upper echelons looking at him, he, who had already regained his senses, felt somewhat restrained. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Don't be nervous. Speak slowly. When Tan Quan saw how restrained the Moon Illumination sect's disciple was, he smiled and encouraged him. In the face of the vice sect leader's encouragement, the Moon Illumination sect's disciple took a deep breath and said slowly, "The news that's spreading outside is said to be released by the Mountain Shade Black Market." Because someone from the Ouyang clan pretended to be from the Mountain Shade Black Market, they annihilated the entire Ouyang clan. Mountain Shade Black Market. The moment the Moon Illumination sect's disciples' words left his mouth, the high-ranking officials of the 9 great sects gasped one after another. Humph. In the future, there are some things that are best not said without evidence. After Tan Quan came back to his senses, the first thing he did was to look at the higher-ups of the 8 sects. He snorted and said sarcastically. In the face of Tan Quan's ridicule, although the upper echelons of the 8 great sects were dissatisfied, they did not say anything more about this matter. After all, they were in the wrong. Vice sect leader Tan, we shouldn't be entangled in this matter anymore. What we need to discuss is the matter regarding the Mountain Shade Black Market. The Mountain Shade Black Market's hand has stretched too far. They clearly knew that the Ouyang clan was supported by the 9 sect alliances, yet they still dared to annihilate them. A white-bearded old man glared at him and said with dissatisfaction, "You can't say that. The Mountain Shade Black Market has spread word that the Ouyang clan was exterminated because someone from the Ouyang clan impersonated them." That's right. The Ouyang clan's people are simply digging their own graves by doing so. I've also heard of the Mountain Shade Black Market's rules. Anyone who dares to impersonate one of their people will be executed along with their entire family once it's verified. The Ouyang clan only has themselves to blame, they can't blame others. Including the high-ranking officials of the Moon Illumination sect, the high-ranking officials of several sects felt that the Ouyang clan had brought this upon themselves. They could not blame the Mountain Shade Black Market. Moreover, even they knew the rules of the Mountain Shade Black Market. It was impossible for the Ouyang family not to know. However, even if that was the case, the Ouyang clan's man still dared to impersonate someone from the Mountain Shade Black Market. He was simply courting death. You can't say that. Even if the Ouyang clan is in the wrong, they shouldn't be exterminated, right? At most, we'll just kill the Ouyang clan's man who pretended to be a member of the Mountain Shade Black Market. As the saying goes, don't implicate the family. That's right. I also feel that the Mountain Shade Black Market has gone too far this time. They're trying to show off their strength to us. I feel the same way. I think we need to send someone to negotiate with them. There were also a few high-ranking officials from other sects who were dissatisfied with the Mountain Shade Black Market, including the Profound Talisman sect. As for the other sects, they were closer to the Profound Talisman sect. It was not a secret that the Profound Talisman sect and the Mountain Shade Black Market were sworn enemies in the 9 sect alliances district. All of this was because the former sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect had been killed by a powerhouse from the Mountain Shade Black Market. Due to the oppression from the Mountain Shade Black Market's powerhouse, the 3-star Dao Talisman Master from the Profound Talisman sect, who was also the current sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect, had sworn on the Lightning Penalty Oath. The Lightning Penalty Oath stated that the 3-star offensive Dao Talisman that he had drawn was not allowed to be passed on to anyone other than the people from the Profound Talisman sect. When anyone from the Profound Talisman sect obtained a 3-star offensive Dao Talisman, they would have to swear on the Lightning Penalty Oath that they would not pass the 3-star offensive Dao Talisman to anyone else. Due to this reason, although the Profound Talisman sect had a Dao Talisman Master who could draw 3-star offensive Dao Talismans, they would not pass it on to outsiders. The Profound Talisman sect had lost a business opportunity because of this. The Profound Talisman sect had always regarded this as a great humiliation. Due to this reason, they had always been hostile to the Mountainshade black market. As for the reason why the Mountainshade black market's powerhouse forced the Profound Talisman sect to do this, it was because they did not want 3-star offensive Dao talismans to be circulated in the 9-sect alliances district. This was because it would affect their various businesses to a certain extent. Just think about it, when a 2-star assassin whose cultivation base was at the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage was hunting a target whose strength was far inferior to his, and his opponent threw out a 3-star offensive Dao talisman, would that not kill him? In that case, he would fail his mission as well. If he failed his mission, it would affect the Mountainshade black market's reputation. What the Mountainshade black market valued the most was their reputation. Due to this reason, the Mountainshade black market would not allow 3-star offensive Dao talismans to wreak havoc in the 9-sect alliances district. Humph. Since all of you want to negotiate with the Mountainshade black market, then go on your own. Forgive us for not accompanying you. Tan Quan, the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, naturally knew what the Profound Talisman sect's people were thinking. He could not help but snort coldly. That's right. All of you go on your own if you want to. If you succeed in negotiating, we'll hold a celebratory feast for all of you. That's right. The other senior officials from the other sects who were not so close to the Profound Talisman sect chimed in as well. As the senior officials of the various sects, they were naturally sly old foxes. How could they not see that the Profound Talisman sect wanted to drag them into the water and have a direct conflict with the Mountainshade black market? They were not stupid enough to be the Profound Talisman sect's knife. As for the other sects, they were all sects that had a good relationship with the Profound Talisman sect. Usually, the Profound Talisman sect would sell all kinds of Dao talismans to them at a huge discount. This treatment was not something they could enjoy. Although the 9-sect alliances were an alliance, they were not a monolithic entity. Unless the Mountainshade black market wanted to annihilate the 9 great sects, they would never truly unite. However, in recent years, the Mountainshade black market did not have such ambition. Why you? You, the old man with a goatee, was the vice-sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect. When he heard the words of Tan Quan and the other vice-sect leaders, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at them. Are all of you still in the same alliance as us? Vice-sect leader don't forget the purpose of the 9-sect alliances when we were first established. Tan Quan sneered. This time, the Mountainshade black market could have completely concealed the fact that the Ouyang clan was annihilated by them, but they didn't do so. The reason why they revealed it was because they wanted to show their might and warn the others. This time, the Ouyang clan was in the wrong. Although it's a little too much for them to be annihilated, don't tell me this is the first time you've seen the Mountainshade black market's way of doing things. When Tan Quan reached this point, he took a deep look at He Yin, the vice-sect leader of the Profound Talisman sect. Tan Quan, He Yin's face turned grave as he flew into a rage. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Tan Quan's words. He was insinuating that their Profound Talisman sect's previous sect leader was killed by the Mountainshade black market's powerhouse and that their Profound Talisman sect was forced by the Mountainshade black market's powerhouse to not dare to spread the 3-star offensive Dao talisman. Vice-sect leader Tan, you've gone too far. Even if you don't dare to offend the Mountainshade black market, there's no need to boost their morale and destroy our 9-sect alliance's prestige, right? An ugly short middle-aged man snorted. What a big hat. Tan Quan sneered. What did I say earlier? Do my words have the prestige of the Mountainshade black market to destroy our 9-sect alliance's prestige? Aren't you overthinking things? Why don't you tell everyone what you think? When the short middle-aged man heard Tan Quan's words, he was so angry that he was rendered speechless. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Tan Quan's words. He was not the only one. Everyone present could understand it as well. Tan Quan was insinuating the Profound Talisman sect's unbearable past. However, Tan Quan did not say it out loud, so he did not directly offend the Profound Talisman sect. If he said it out loud, he would be directly offending the profound talisman sect. Naturally, he would not do such a stupid thing. No matter what, this matter came to an end with Tan Quan and the others' denial. If the people from the profound talisman sect and the other sects convinced the people from the moon illumination sect and the other sects to go to the mountainshade black market to denounce them, they might have some confidence. However, they did not dare to go alone. Even if the mountainshade black market's branch in the 9-sect alliances district was only one of the lowest and smallest branches under the mountainshade black market, it was still not something that a few 7th-rate sects like them could shake. If junior brother Duan knows that the Ouyang clan has been annihilated just like that, I'm sure he'll be very happy, right? Dong Hui's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. No matter how turbulent the situation in Han River City was, Duan Lingtian knew nothing about it for the time being. He was on his way back to the moon illumination sect. With his current speed, it would still take him some time to rush back to the moon illumination sect. There was still quite a distance between Han River City and the moon illumination sect. When Duan Lingtian returned to the moon illumination sect and learned that the Ouyang clan had been annihilated, he was stunned. Pretending to be from the mountainshade black market. When Duan Lingtian learned about this, the first thing that came to his mind was that night in Han River City when the Ouyang clan's second elder, Ouyang Shan, appeared and seemed to have lied about being from the mountainshade black market. At that time, he had already confirmed Ouyang Shan's identity. Therefore, he was certain that Ouyang Shan was not from the mountainshade black market. However, he did not expect that Ouyang Shan's words to deceive him would lead to the annihilation of the Ouyang clan. Apart from the dead Ouyang Shan, only Ouyang Qing and I knew that Ouyang Shan had pretended to be from the mountainshade black market. Could it be that Ouyang Qing spread the news? The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he shook his head again, thinking that it was impossible. If it's not Ouyang Qing, it means that there was a fourth person at the scene. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt chills running down his spine. A person who could hide so perfectly without being discovered by him would have to be at least at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage or even a Saint stage powerhouse. If that person wanted to harm him, he would not be a match for him even if he had a 3-star offensive Dao talisman. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.